massage therapy, and I'll also be leaving with the certification, the CMAA certification, which allows me to get a job straight out of high school in like a front desk setting at different like hospitals or rehab centers.
I plan to go into PT or sports medicine, and it has helped me because we learn about sports medicine and physical therapy in this shop, in this class.
You can get into these different programs and you can really specialize. So in your junior year, you're sitting in a class with that teacher for 2 class periods and you're learning exactly what that shop is all about, whether it's radiology and you're dealing with x-rays or ultrasound, whether it's dental assisting, or whether it's being in my shop, PTOT Sports Medicine, where you're really looking at, I'm going to be an athletic trainer. So you're really getting into the basic details of that program in your senior year. And I think that's what makes this whole academy so important, because we have the different shops and we can specialize, and each of the instructors have their expertise in that area.
Well, actually, when I was young, my mom and dad would always tell me stories about how he always wanted to be in architecture, but he never had the chance to. And so he would always hearing him talk to us about it would make me like, it like almost like pushed me or like inspired me in a way to like do architecture. And then once I heard that in Tampa Bay Tech they do architecture, I decided to sign up, and they accepted me to be in architecture, and here I am.
Our 9th grade uses Autodesk Fusion. Autodesk Fusion is more engineering based. In 10th grade, we do AutoCAD, so we learn about residential architecture, how do you draw a floor plan, elevations, building sections, and then we use Revit. Junior year, Revit is a architectural 3D modeling program, but it's also used by mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers that can design systems for the building that you design.
I mean, my goal was to either be an architect or engineer at first. It just seems like a cool profession to me. I really haven't had any like attraction to anything else other than building, sketching, anything like that. I also love the idea of AutoCAD and SketchUp, so that's really what drew me there.
In this class, I have students learning technical skills, technical drawing skills, so how to use lines, curves, and shapes, so geometric shapes, to create a profile of another shape, and then they extrude that. They take things from 2D and they make it 3D.
I definitely have more of a interest in architecture now. Engineering is still out there, but I think I might go into the architecture field way more.
Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to today's workshop. It is July 21st, Tuesday, 2026, and we have quite a few workshops. Mr. Porter, Superintendent, I'll hand it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Today, the first of our 3 workshops deals with policies, and as you know, that's one of the primary functions of school board members is to lead policies. Today, you're seeing a combination of policies brought forward by staff, which are reflective of new changes in Florida law, and also policies brought forward by the board members. Sorry, thank you. And as you know, it's your way of work. Any board member may introduce a policy. Mr. Gibson and I review them to make sure they're legally sufficient. That is, they can be, if you choose to pass them, they can withstand legal scrutiny. That doesn't mean they're good ideas. That doesn't mean that the rest of the board agrees with them. That just means they're appropriately in front of you for discussion. And this is a true workshop. This is an opportunity for you to work through. And for the first time in several years, we have a lot of policies, and some of them are going to engender some debate. And that's exactly the work of the board. And both the superintendent and I think that's a very positive thing. So that's just setting the stage work, because we haven't had policies for a while that probably will require a lot of conversation, but there are several on here that will. And again, that's the work of the board. So just at the start, every policy before you is legally supportable, and it's your decision to make it whether it's going to be a policy that's enacted by the board. With that framework and that sort of groundwork being established, we'll jump in. The first policy is a revision of existing policy 2220, and this is adoption of course of studies brought by Member Combs. And Member Combs, I think, did you want to describe what you're seeking to do here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Porter. And like you said, today we have 11 policies before us. 7 are revisions and 4 are new ones. So I think as we're going through the policies, if we get really stuck, I think maybe we move on. We want to get through as much as we can today. So we'll see. And I know some of them by law we have to get through today. So as we go along, just mind everyone. Okay, so the first policy is some.
And Madam Chair, before you start, we just wanted to say for the record that Chair Perez is participating virtually, and Member Hahn is not here. So otherwise, the other board members are here. So just sorry for the interruption.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And Member Perez, you can text me or text Mr. Porter when you want to get into the queue, and then I will be taking names as everybody gets in the queue. So we'll get started. This is a adoption of course of study, and I'm not going to read this to you since all of you have had this, but basically any kind of new course or assessment or pilot program for the student progression plan. You know, I wrote this policy just to make sure that we're being informed. I noticed that several of the policies that are coming forth today are policies where board members want to have the information of something that are changing or things that are happening. So I noticed that there's a theme on that. So I think that was my response to that, just not being aware of some of the pilot programs that are coming through, some of the big programs that are affecting a lot of our students. And I've talked to academic services about this, and we're in agreement, definitely not trying to micromanage or anything, just an email in the summer of the new classes or anything, a summer progression would end up meeting the policy of this. So basically anything that's going to change a student progression plan that's going to benefit or affect students, that we just want to be informed of that. So, and I'll hand that over to you, Mr. Brady.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So this is the new course code directory for 26-27, and this is something that the board would probably like to have anyways. It has all the course additions, changes, and deletions, and we talked with our entire academic services team. Of course, a lot of these will not be offered by our district. There's so many of them. I mean, you see how many pages there are. But what we can do is, as soon as we receive this, give this to the board, and then also highlight the courses that we will offer, that we intend to offer, and the schools that intend to offer those courses.
Okay, thank you. If anybody would like to get into the queue, okay, we'll start with Member Vaughn and then Member Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to make sure, because when I did my policy review, there was a little bit of a difference. Do we have to vote on the things before they come before us, or is this just to notify the board so we're in the loop?
the way I would read this is it's just a notification. This wouldn't be something that would come to the board for approval at a school board meeting, but just a notification. This policy ensures that myself, my staff, notifies the board of any, as you see, if you look at our state course code directory that's offered through the state of Florida, numerous number of courses. There are years we offer different courses depending upon student requests that come through during programming. So there would just be this policy, the way I read it, and how we would follow it would be we would notify the board that, in 26-27 school year, these are some of the new courses that will be offered at certain schools within our school district. So that's how I interpret it. If that's
Yeah,
okay
and
with the
that's
board.
the intention.
If that's acceptable to you, so I think what Ms. Vaughn's talking about is line 19, because it says for review and approval. So if that's the intent, we'll just strike out and approval. If that's acceptable.
Yeah, I would,
You're amenable
I
to
am,
that?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you anticipating that comes once a year? Is it coming before the school year starts? So if we do have concerns or we want to answer our constituents who might have concerns, we have appropriate amount of time to discuss that with the superintendent. What does the timeline look like for that?
This year came in July.
Okay.
So this came in July. Sometimes schools will wait to see, how the course plays out. Sometimes they're piloted to get more information. In our district, of course, we have semester exams, so there's a lot of legwork on our end. If we do offer a course, we have to write the exams for it too. So we're typically, usually is something like this, we would wait a year before we would offer. So we would let you know in July, hey, here's all the courses. It also shows you all the courses that have been daggered and removed from the course code directory, which is important as well. And as you know, some of these are high profile classes. Some of them are pretty mundane. You've got like Restaurant Cook 1, Restaurant Cook 2. And then you also have IB courses, AP courses, African American history courses. So there's the whole gamut is there. I think you guys would probably like to see them, and then we would also highlight them and say, hey, this is something that a school does want to offer. And a lot of those that would be offered would be something like a technical school where they've been anticipating this course coming down the line and they're ready to teach it. Probably wouldn't have much impact on a lot of the other areas.
Okay, great.
Well, I think that this is a good idea because a lot of people don't realize how to contact the district, and school board members are so visible. We get a lot of questions, so just being able to answer those without having to then go to find a staff person, I think since we are kind of the community liaison, knowing about big changes like this are important, so I will support this.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray? And then, go ahead.
Yes. I definitely think it's important now that we have more parameters to guide us. The fact is, nowadays, we do have more pilots. Since, 4 or 5 years ago, we didn't have as many pilots. And they're kind of like experiments. So what do you do with an experiment? Well, we know we're not going to do the scientific method, but we do have to have different ways of criteria. So, Member Vaughn, I appreciate the fact that you agree to. And I also think the burden is on the staff. So if you two are still smiling and you're able to do all these checks and Superintendent Van Ayers, then it's fine by me. And Member Combs, thank you for bringing this up and for making sure that we do have some checks and balances with the various nuances coming in our academia field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Gray? Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. As long as we remove the approval, I have no problem with this. I do think there's a few more verbiages in here that I want to make sure that it's not part of policy, but it's part of the way of work. I think that's important. It's, any proposed course assessment, that's fine, shall be presented to the school board. I want to make sure that's not going to limit us, that we have to be in a large meeting to present it. It can be done in such a way that you're individually meeting with the board members. There's a new Bill of Rights that requires you to present to all board members any information. So I think that's already written into law. We want to make sure that we say it in such a way. And I think when we go through such presentations shall include, we want to make sure that, I think my understanding, Member Combs, is from your bringing part of the presentation would include is to make sure that not only the board members will know, but if a course is going to be offered, whether it's a pilot or whether it's a course study, that there's education out there on what exactly the course is to the public or to the school that it would be offered at. And so I think we need to make sure that such presentations shall include, maybe be removed from the policy, but included in your procedures, because I think it's important that parents understand if it's being offered as a pilot, they understand it's being offered as a pilot. What is the course of study? What is it? And so I think that's part of the education piece that needs to go out to the entire public as well as to the board. And then as well as if there's a new course of study, to make sure how that's presented. Because a lot of these here are really procedurally and not necessarily part of our actual policy. So I think it's important to make sure that we have a combination of both. So if that could be reworded a little bit to make sure it covers informing the public of whether something is a pilot. I don't want to ever eliminate us from a pilot so that we can be the ones providing feedback and not just receiving a course after not being able to provide feedback. I think it's important that our staff have the ability to provide feedback on any course that would be potentially provided to our students.
Yeah,
So, okay, so for example, the purpose and anticipated student benefits of the program, I think that's something that should come to the board, but I don't necessarily mean it's got to be policy. Available research and post-secondary compatibility information, that may not be, we may be part of the research. It may not be available. We may be, if we're doing a pilot, we may be collecting that research to be able to provide back to the DOE for them.
But that, you can, yeah, I think.
Okay, no, you're fine to interrupt. What was that?
Yeah, that's the superintendent.
So I take that to mean if there is data,
Yes.
if it's a pilot program and
Yes,
it wasn't,
yeah.
I would think there'd be none available.
Yes.
Okay, so you're gonna, like, so then you're,
yeah.
okay, so that you're fine. And then potential impacts of student progression, acceleration, like, these are all things that should be provided to us, but I'm not sure we put it into policy as a policy, that, you know, because again, up here, we're gonna, before any curriculum goes before a student, we as a board member have approved that curriculum.
Well, I think, I wrote the policy, but I
That's why I'm
think that
asking.
from, I want these in order to confirm that they are classes that should be implemented, not that it's just going to be implemented. So I think having these, if they're available, I think are important. That's the whole policy of having it.
Okay, so what about
So-
stakeholder communication plans? You want
Like-
that provided to you when you are?
Like, there can be an email saying, yeah, it's gone through the guidance counselors. I just want to make sure, because
So
there's-
shouldn't that be part of the procedure, not part of our policy?
I think it's to make sure that those are included in the policy. Yes, Member Gray?
Okay, I'm done.
Mic on? Yeah. I
I'm
appreciate the procedure versus the policy, but I definitely think you have to start somewhere. And if you started with the actual staff, commanding those bullet points that they are able to validate and study, it's going to do two beneficial things. Number one, it's going to enhance the validity of the courses that we're doing. And secondly, it enhances the communication value for school board members to read the results. So I look at this, and Member Rendon, I know we can do-si-do with a lot of these words, and I can talk forever about stuff. But I think in the final analysis, this is a good place to start. And Member Combs, if we want to reevaluate next policy cycle or whatever, then that would be an opportunity to do so. Those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ray. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Brady. Well taken care of. Y'all did a great job on this. And thank you also, Member Combs, for bringing this policy in, because I think the most important part is the school board knowing, have a notification. So if somebody come to you, you could say, well, yeah, let me check. Yes, we do have that course. And if we don't know, then we can double check. Yes, but thank you, because that's a great job. This is a great tool to have. Because I mean, as being in administration as long as I have, I don't know all the courses either. So, you don't. So thank you so much for bringing this, Member Combs. We appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Member Vaughn, and then we'll go to the next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious if Mr. Porter or Superintendent had any feedback on the thoughts that Patty had said between procedure and what's in the policy.
You want policy to be broad enough so that the procedures can be enacted to implement the policy. I understand the impetus behind this, and I think having this language in here is fine, and I think it will drive the procedures. You don't have to have it. I think
if you could make it broader, then, but I think Ms. Combs wants it, and I think it's not inappropriate to have it, so it's fine from a legal perspective.
Yeah, and I would just add, this policy, this is really about a way of work between the staff and the board, right? So this is something that we as a staff want to do anyway. So I thank you for bringing this forward. This is an opportunity. If it just puts in writing really a way of work around how we communicate with the board and ensuring that the board receives this information, particularly course of study. But really, this policy is really just around a way of work, and this not only really applies to really course of study, but really in all the different initiatives we have, that we ensure that we communicate appropriately with the board. So 100% in favor of this.
Okay, great. Okay, and we have some feedback, and we're going to strike the one part. Okay. Okay, next policy is
Policy 2312 regarding class size. This was brought forward by Ms. Vaughn. And, this was a revision of an existing policy brought forward by Member Vaughn, and I'll allow you to explain your reasoning behind that.
Thank you. So recently, we had the class size unit change, and although we did get a presentation shortly before those decisions were released to our staff and to the public, I don't think that there was enough time to really understand it, to ask a lot of questions, to be confident. And again, we are liaisons with the public, and that doesn't just mean our families, it means our employees too. And we are in charge of helping manage and oversee the budget. That's primarily what we do. And this has such a dramatic impact on the budget. I think that, and I don't know if it has to be, if the word has to be changed, if it has to be approval at a board meeting, but I would like for something that's going to affect our drastic budget so big, so drastically, if we're making, not every unit when we go, but if we're changing the allocation like we did this year and making class sizes bigger, I do think it's something that the board should know about and give approval before those changes are made. So that's why I brought this forward. Thank you.
okay. Thank you. And who would like to speak? Okay, I think it was Member Rendon and then Member Gray. Go ahead, Member. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm fine with this. I just wanted to say, Porter, when you have a emblematic class size Florida statute making their stand and their statement and the efficacy thereof, I think we should put, like we did with the next policy, where it says wireless communication. The first thing I think we should do is put pursuant to Florida State Statute 1003.03. In other words, because this is inherent with Tallahassee class size, I think that should be put on the top, pursuant to, just like other policies. Only, of course, that would be relevant to this policy. That's my only suggestion. Other than that, Member Vaughn, I'm fine with that. You're welcome.
Sounds good.
Great. Member Vaughn? Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question regarding what Member Gray said. Is what we propose for the new class sizes following the statute? It's a recommended statute, right? I mean, is that, because I thought the numbers actually were higher than what was recommended by statute. So I would be hesitant to do that if the numbers don't align.
So when you look at the statute on the Florida Department of Education, it's talking about a more broader area than we talk about with basic instruction. Usually our units surround our conversations about our basic instruction. When you look at DOE, they look at basic instruction plus our ESE students, and they look at that global take. And so because of our ESE population is small, it drives down your class average. So we have to take that into account. Typically, your basic allocation would be a tad bit higher than what would be as the statute, because your ESE would bring that down because they're taking a global look at that. And so that's one of the things that maybe we could do a better job when we present those, what that formula would be for our student plus our ESE student equals this class average. But that's one of the distinct issues between when we talk about our unit allocation, which is basically basic instruction, and then ESE is another conversation, and the DOE clumps those together as a group.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to add that too. The definition of class size has changed over time. So back 10, 15 years ago, it was a class by class, where you had to meet class size by every single class. The state has given some flexibility around class size over the last number of years, where it's an average. I want to, just for the record, we stated that we have met class size every single year. Never Hillsborough County has been over class size. We've met Florida statute. We've met the letter of the law regards to class size. And I'll just be reminded, I mean, as far as this policy goes, when we do, up to us, and I think we can, say we will do a better job in how we communicate out the class size. We've had many, many conversations about that. But it's important for everyone to know is in springtime, we are projecting how many students we think we're going to have in the fall. So it becomes for us, it's making a very educated guess on how many based on projections from the state of Florida on how many students we're going to have in Hillsborough County. So that's where sometimes we go in and we push class size up a little bit because you just don't know where you're going to end up in the fall and where those numbers come. So we can, with regards to this policy here, we can do a better job in how we communicate that out and what we're looking to do when we go to look at units for the next school year, knowing what Mr. Lewis's work and what this board's work is with regards to budget. This is one of the most important things that we do in regards to budget, as you mentioned, every single year. This is the most important process we go through. We go and over-allocate. We over-allocate and we think we need more teachers or more staff than we actually do, and then the fifth day comes and we have less number of students. That's where you get into budgetary problems and issues. So that's why, this past cycles we've seen declining enrollment. We had to look at that class size a little bit and push those numbers up a touch. So that way, when the fifth day comes, we could make those adjustments. And I would just, for the record, just know, spring are projections, and then when the fifth day comes, we actually go through and make adjustments based on the actual number of students that we have. And over the number of years, unit allocations and how we do about allocating units always generates lots and lots of conversation. It's one of the more difficult, besides growth management and how number of schools that we have, growth management and unit analysis is one of the more difficult things that we have to do because it involves a lot of projecting out into the future of what we think. So I appreciate this policy, and just know from our end, we'll do a better job, as stated earlier, in how we communicate from staff to board on some of the work that we're going to have for next year, which includes in this case class size.
Okay, so then would you?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I wasn't. So would you or would you not recommend putting in there to follow state statute? Because I totally understand where Member Gray is coming from, and I would like to be able to do that, but I also don't want to lock this district in to put it in where there's a misunderstanding of, because I think she's right, and I have no problem putting in the statute, but will that lock us into a point where we're not going to have the flexibility?
I think the
because, like you said, the way in which the rule writes is not the way we calculate it. So it could get us in trouble if we not following policy and a family member has a problem with our policy if we're calculating a little differently than the DOE recommends. So that would be only my concern, because I have no problem following a statute if that's what you want to do. And the other question, going back, if we're going to, as a board, follow the guidelines of the previous policy, then I would like to add to this that when you go to the board for any formula changes, that you actually demonstrate what that looks like within schools. Because I think that's a problem that last time you give us a formula, and when I go back and put that formula in my individual schools, it looks very different than Member Washington's district or Member Cohn's district. And so if you're going to make it a board approval, please provide us all the information. And I would like to have something added in here that you would have to provide us what that looks like by school.
We can definitely do that. And one of the things that complicated is we have more of a stackable approach that we do here in Hillsborough. So one example is you have your basic student allocation, and obviously we have our ESE allocation, but we also have a reading allocation and other things that we stack that support the whole. And so we can find a better way to present that to the board on an annual basis. The other problem that we wanted to mention too is when we look at the class size report in the state of Florida, that's at one moment of time. And I think that's something really important to remember as we look at day 5 or day 7 and we set our enrollment and our teacher allocations for the year. Obviously, it fluctuates from that point to the very last day of school. And of course, we're not in a position where we can continue to change things on a daily basis. And so that report is based off a moment in time in October, usually survey 2. And of course, things could change good or bad when you look at the numbers plus or minus. So we just want to remember that when you look at the state report, we also do that. And it also is based on how they calculate that with how we use our instructional substitutes and how they calculate into that. And so we follow up with any outliers that we have with that report every year, and we make sure that any of those are resolved if there is issues.
And I would just add to that, just as an example of what this process looks like and why it's always fluid, and we got to do a better job of communicating that out. If you look at I'll just give an example of a second grade classroom. Let's say we're projecting 40 second graders for next year. Well, is that 2 teachers or 3? If it's 2 teachers, that's classes of 20. If we think, well, we're going to meet class size right there in the springtime, and we're going to allocate another teacher, now that's 3. Now that's 13 students in a class, right? So now you've got a class size that's not at the 18. Now it's way below at 13. So that's where it can be, it's fluid, and we got to make decisions like that. And Mr. Washington, you know that being area superintendent back in the day, handling elementary units, they can get tricky like that, especially when, so those are the decisions that are made. And it sounds like one situation, but you multiply that over 130 elementary schools, and all of a sudden now we're over allocated by 130 teachers, which then, dictates budget problems moving into the next year. So it's a tough process we go through, and I appreciate the conversation. I think I've talked with all of you and your concern over our unit projections for next year, and we've kind of worked through that. So I appreciate the dialogue back, and I promise, and we'll get better at that on how we communicate. But it's a touchy thing, and when you're trying to allocate a number of units out over the next year, especially when you've got 140 some elementary schools, and being real careful how you allocate those out. So on our end, from staff end, just like I mentioned in previous policy, that we'll do a better job in communicating that out, and if this policy passes, we'll follow.
And we'll look at the statute to see whether it's appropriate to add it or whether it would limit us, and we'll add the language that you requested, and then that will be before you be at the public hearing. If there's general consensus it's a good policy, we'll work on the comments.
Okay, and I know, just let's round this up. I think a couple more board comments, and then we'll move on to the next policy, because I want to make sure we keep going through. Did you have something quickly, Member Gray? And then
Generally speaking, when you have a Florida statute, to Rendon's point, there's what is called the elastic clause in government. That means it changes. It's not like a statute. Elasticity, flexibility is inherent in many of these policies upon the board, of course, and upon the procedural outcomes of the superintendent. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse, which I already am. Sorry, Kristen, but I think it's worth editing, and also the continuity of other policies where it does start with pursuant to Florida statute is important. I'm not saying, Jim, that it's on every one of these revised policies, but I am saying it is on many of our policies. So I think when we edit policies, there are 2 things to keep in mind. Number 1 is the standardization of how you set up the actual policy, and secondly, we are reminded of the elasticity of many of these policies. Otherwise, we'd be carrying a book around and, being constrained. My final remarks. Thank you, Member Combs.
Okay,
thank you,
thank
Member
you.
Vaughn.
And Member Perez does not have a comment right now, and we'll round up with you, Member Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate you explaining everything, Superintendent. But some of the concerns aren't even necessarily around like regular classroom size. Making the choice not to include kids who are about to be staffed into gifted departments because they haven't been staffed, as forecasting how many gifted teachers we're going to need, I think is one of the things that I'd like to understand and talk about. I think there's a lot of little details that aren't around the major unit allocations that I would like to understand, 1, and 2, I think it will help me understand the budget holistically more as we talk about all of these little details around that. And also, I think what's really important and what I need to advocate for as a board member is making sure our staff gets this information timely. I mean, this puts a lot of strain on principals who are recruiting throughout the year. If they're finding out that all of a sudden there's 20 kids who were supposed to be staffed into gifted that we're not going to do that anymore, and they're going to lose a gifted teacher, that causes a huge amount of chaos in our schools. And I know that we're all focused on minimizing the chaos, being fiscally responsible, and being able to give feedback because, again, we are the #1 liaisons with the community. We get the feedback before you guys do, and they think we make these decisions, which I'd like to state for the record, we don't. So if I'm going to be held accountable for it, I'd like to have the information as timely as possible. So I appreciate that. If my fellow board members are supporting this, I appreciate that as well.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I'm glad you brought up the gifted. So I know Mr. Lewis is standing here as our Chief Financial Officer, who oversees the entire budget, but no, the unit process includes academic services, it includes, ESC as well. So it's a whole process which is involved in my entire staff. Mr. Lewis kind of oversees the whole process, but there are decisions that are made within certain divisions that, ultimately, to the point you made around gifted, that ultimately derive some of our unit processes. But no, Mr. Lewis oversees the whole thing, but this is something that our entire cabinet and everyone involved in making these decisions. So,
from my understanding, they got directives from Mr. Lewis to help make those decisions. So that's why I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and we understand what's going on before those decisions are finalized.
let it be there.
Okay, that's okay. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, the next policy is a revision of an existing policy, 2431.01, participation policy for student athlete to transfer. This is a revision brought by staff to come into compliance with the new Florida law. I'll turn it over to the staff.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. So the purpose of this policy revision is just to update our wording in our current policy so that it aligns with the state statute, which limits student athletes who want to transfer and participate at a different school. It limits them to participating at one school, at one school for the school year and one where previously they had a little bit more flexibility. It also provides exemptions to that. So previously the school district could create their own quote unquote good cause and what would allow a student to participate at one school and then another school. This new statute now creates that for us. So the first three are the same. The difference would be a full and complete move, reassignment by district school board, or transfer within the first 20 days. So just to update our current policy to align with that state statute that went into effect July 1.
Okay. Anybody, any questions or comments?
I have a quick one. Sure.
Okay, we have a quick question by Member Vaughn.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing this forward. I do have some concerns about families that have to move to just financial hardship. I know there's an exemption for families that are facing homelessness, but I don't see anywhere where that just transfers to people who might not be able to afford where they're living and have to move. So I am disappointed because I worry that this places burden on families who, might not be financially secure enough and have to move around a lot, that their kids can't participate. But it's Florida statute, so there's nothing we can do about that. However, what I would like to do is make sure that this policy, if enacted, goes completely to all of our families and all of our families who might be participating. I know we have a clause where our policies now go to our staff members, but I think this is going to be a big change for a lot of family members, and that our families and parents are going to have to be aware about this because it might change the decision on whether they try to stay or move somewhere if it means their kid can continue or participate in the sport they're passionate about. So I think this is going to have a really big effect, and I think we need to get ahead of it and make sure our families know that. So thank you for the time to give that comment.
Thank you. Member Vaughn, Member Gray.
Yeah, and thank you, Sarah, for bringing this forward. I know what your motivation was. You're hearing a lot of the, let's just say, elements that happen when kids continually go into 2 or 3 sports. You may want to highlight that because when you write a policy such as you have, obviously Florida statute dictates it, but there's other motivations. Do you want to share how the coaches and how they feel about kids doing multiple sports?
Multiple different schools. Yeah, it's just going to limit, a student from playing, give some, football at one school, basketball at another school, and then, baseball at another school. So it really kind of creates more of a loyalty in a team to each individual school, hopefully for 4 years, but if not, at least for 1. And I know that coaches appreciate that as well.
So did we do anything with the Florida Empowerment Scholarship students, the homeschool ones? How, are there parameters? that guide?
Non-traditional students at this time, again, with this law, can participate at any school within the district that they reside, as long as homeschool, that would be anywhere, as long as they're not a part of a homeschool cooperative. Any other non-traditional, charter, private, if their school doesn't offer it, they can participate at any school in the district that they reside.
Still 2 sports, though, no more than 2?
They would also be bound to this law.
Bound
They
to
would
this.
have to participate at just one school.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find out. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And
and
then Member Vaughn, I agree with you. We'll get with Tanya and we will, we communicate with the APAs, the school site admin, to get this out in front of families 100%. I think you're absolutely correct on that.
And then can I ask one question real quick?
Sure.
Now, speaking to what the question Member Gray just asked, in our meeting, I know you said there's been more legislation where at the next policy cycle, we have the option of charging those students to participate in our teams if we want to bring forward a policy for that. Is that valid now?
Yes, that also went into effect as of July 1, and that would pertain to homeschool or PEP school students, not private.
And so that might be a
not charter.
policy one of us wants to bring forward in the next policy cycle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Rendon?
That's okay, no problem. I wasn't going to ask a question. I want to clarify, though, that we can only charge when we're charging our own students for activity, like to be active in the sport, like lacrosse. Is that correct, according to the policy?
So if we're going to charge all non-traditional students, we would have to be charging our public students a pay-to-play, essentially, which we don't. So we would only be eligible to charge private or PEP school students. Right now, we can't. That's per state statute. If we were charging our public school students a fee, pay-to-play, then we could charge everyone up to what we are charging, but we don't do that.
So we can do that currently right now with lacrosse, because lacrosse is currently pay-to-play.
As of July 1, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, Kristen, can we make a note that one of the things that we want to look at is being able to amend possibility of this to look at what Member Vaughn said, because I understand where she's talking about extending that hardship. Would this need to go, this is statute, so it would need to go to change in statute to be able to add those hardships, like an amendment?
I could put it on our draft
Yeah,
platform
so if we
priorities.
can look at that, so we can look at any of that, we can make sure. Yeah, we want to look at whatever the hardships are to make sure we're covering all students in that way. Because I think that's the only way we'll be able to do that. And there may be something already in the works with Florida, Sports Association. So thank you.
Yeah, so just to address that, we do currently charge non-traditional students to pay for lacrosse because we charge our regular students, so we do that currently. And then if a student doesn't meet one of the current exemptions to transfer, they are able to appeal to the FHSAA executive director, and then the FHSAA has 14 days to respond so that a student's not waiting and then they miss their whole season. So they added appeals process every 2 weeks so that we can get those students who fall, just like you said, in that situation, so they are still able to participate. And during that time, they would be allowed potentially to practice, just not play in a game while they're waiting for that determination.
Thank you for that clarification. I do think it's still important to make sure it's listed as exemption, because I think Florida High School Sports Association is going to be limited to the law unless we look at some amendments.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bell, real quick, on this policy, do we even know, I know, you're being new in the position, do we even know how many students even did this last year that participated in multiple sports? Are we talking?
Oh,
I was. We
I
probably don't even
don't
track
have-
that.
yeah,
we probably don't even
but-
track that. I'm sure it's. I'm
So
assuming
I
it's a small number of students that do this anyway. I was just curious to.
It's probably larger than what one might
Okay,
think or
okay.
want. There
Good
is
to
a way
know.
to track that. We have to, every time a student transfers, we have to do a form online with the state. So I could get
I
that
was
from
just
each
curious.
APA, and I could definitely get those numbers for you, no problem. Mhm.
Probably under 100. Okay, great. Okay, we're done with this
you.
policy, and let's move on to the next policy.
Thank you.
Mr. Porter, great job.
Thanks, first one.
Thank you, Ms. Vogt.
Good job. Okay, the next policy is being brought forward by Member Gray. It's a revision to policy 5136, wireless communication and other electronic devices. This is regarding cell phone usage, and Gray would like to talk about it. Do you want me to sum up?
Okay, and board members, I know how you feel about high school and having a little bit more freedom and et cetera, but I do feel strongly, because soon we're going to be talking about screen time and the dangers of more screen time. And as I see it, and as Orange County and Duval they have, and that's just 2 counties, districts, first bell goes in the backpack, the cell phone, and the last part, the dismissal, they then can have their cell phones back. But the Florida statute does prohibit 1006.07 communication devices during the school day. Some districts, such as ourselves, have given leniency to high school. I feel like when you look at the survey from the principals, which is very critical, they are mostly for getting rid of cell phones during the day. However, their hiccup, and Rick, and maybe Dave, you know too, is the referral or the disciplinary action. But when we look at the cost of screen time, cell phone usage, you're looking at a degradation of mental health. 72% of our students use cell phones, social media for relationship building, and they're not using it for content. This comes from Gaggle. Many cell phone users, as you know, they're having anxiety, frustration, anger. They set up bullying meetings across town. Some of you might be familiar, Curtis Hickson. They're setting up fights. And that's a negative thing. But basically, mental health of a student right now is very tenuous. And we're doing everything we can as a district to help them learn small talk. Hey, Shake, how's the weather today? Oh, you look great. And then you would respond. But they're not doing that. They're looking at their cell phone, communicating during any place and time they can possibly. It's an addiction. Even when they're doing weightlifting, I see kids using their cell phone. It does add to cyberbullying. Those of you who are proponents and very aware of bullying, it ruins a child's trajectory success within a high school experience, not to mention middle school and, yes, elementary school. Human trafficking starts at 11 years old. The nefarious characters are on those phones, and kids are still, and Van, you know, when I talk to the kids about the trafficking and the student online safety, many of them didn't realize that their phones already, people know where they're located. They know where they're at. Folks know more than the kids are aware of knowing. I think it fuels distractions between hallways because I'm a teacher. I was, one school I was at Jesuit. I mean, you don't have any of that possibility because when you're doing AP courses or intensive learning, reading courses, those are 2 ends of the spectrum, your brain, the student's brain is so involved in thinking about how they're going to make AP as a position statement or intensive reading, how they're going to pass their level 2 or 3 test. So, you know, when a student comes to class after this social media exposure, how much more can you get out of that child instructional wise? Last, students' memory goes on overload, which I just said, it's a truism, and it does increase cheating among and before and after classes. So for all those reasons, and for also the idea, I've got to stop, right? Yeah, okay. All those reasons.
I was just saying who's going to speak.
Yeah.
We got a lot to go through.
Yeah. I mean, there's a slew of others. But I think that we should rip the Band-Aid off. Other districts are doing it. You have a statute that says to do it. But I know the principal's point of view. Talked to many of them. I'm done talking. No, that's okay. I did the best I could.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we've talked about this a long time, so I think everybody has a lot of the knowledge. Thank you, Member Gray. Okay, who would like to start speaking first? Okay, Member Vaughn. Go ahead, Member Vaughn.
No, Member Vaughn, you got it, baby.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Yvonne,
Okay.
Shay.
All right. Thank you, Member Gray. I hear a lot of your concerns, and I understand where they're coming from, and I do see the value in a lot of the things that you've brought forward. I do worry about, you know, constant cell phone usage, as I have my 2 cell phones right here, in throughout the school day, and I do think there are concerns that you've brought forward. However, I don't think that limiting kids' access when they're not having instructional times is going to have a huge impact if they're able to go home and be on the cell phone for hours during the evening time. I mean, I think this is kind of where we're getting into the area where we need parental support on this. And, you know, some of the things that are struck out, I have a confusion about. So it looks like we're striking out in middle school, the use of communication is always prohibited during the instructional day. So if we strike that out, it defaults to just prohibited. So my understanding from both these policies is that you don't want phones being able to be brought to the school at all, because we're also striking out a place for them to be designated as far as cubbies are concerned, storage. So under your policy, what you're hoping for is having a device on campus at all is a disciplinary infraction from the way this is.
And then the last belt. And then they can put it in their backpacks or their purse, whatever. It's
Okay.
cubbies or whatever they have.
So,
Just like
I
middle
mean,
school.
I would think that having it in their backpack gives them more opportunity to use it than having like a place where teachers say you can deposit it and that it's outside of their backpack. So that's confusing to me why we would strike through some of the stuff that gives teachers the ability to put the phone somewhere. I also know that when we talked about this policy the first time, the feedback I got from a lot of teachers is that kids use their cell phones for academic purposes for some of the applications that we don't support on our, you know, computers in the classroom or whatnot. So I think that the policy part where it allows a teacher to use their discrepancy, where we might need to use a cell phone for this lesson or.
Oh, absolutely.
But this
Absolutely.
policy takes that out because.
It's still there, Member
It's still
Vaughn. If
there.
you look at lines 8 and
Yeah.
9.
It has to be.
Oh, okay, because I was looking under
Yeah.
high school where it says, and we struck out devices during instructional time unless explicitly directed by a teacher for educational purposes only.
So, yeah, so the entire high school piece was deleted because the intent was to have.
To denote to 7, 8, and
Yes,
9.
yes.
Okay, I got you, I see what you're
Yeah, so we
saying.
just got rid of the rest. But yeah, and
So
special
it's the
needs
ninth
too.
graders.
There's
Gyms,
exempt for
sixth,
special
seventh, eighth,
needs.
and ninth graders.
Everybody,
Medical
yeah.
needs.
I appreciate that. So I
Everybody
guess
in
my
the
question is, which counties are doing this currently? Are going a step further and taking this out of
So we got
high
Orange,
school?
Duval. I didn't go through every county.
So we know
But
Orange
I
We
and
can do a
Duval?
survey of that if that's what you like.
I did
so,
like
yeah.
size districts,
Uh-huh.
so I just did Orange and Duval. I didn't go through, there's 3 other, I didn't go through Miami-Dade. I think.
So for me to feel comfortable with this, I could probably need more
Got
data
it.
and understanding when those came out in those larger policies, the effect that they have, the fact that they've been implemented. I'd also like to say the feedback that I've gotten since we implemented this is there's so much inconsistency because there's still a hesitancy from some of our teachers to enforce this. And a lot of times it creates more conflict in the classroom trying to enforce and kind of police cell phones all day. And so I think part of the problem is we're having a lengthier policy with great intentions. Again, I understand where they're coming from, that are almost impossible to enforce in every single classroom. And to me, it seems like we're passing these policies, but they're not really being carried out. So I don't know if there's a way to address that, but I'd really like to have some more data about how this is rolled out in other counties and what that looks like and how they're supporting it before I want to do something so drastic here. Is that enough feedback?
Yeah. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Okay, Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, coming from the administrative point, being a former administrator, it's hard to police telephones. And a lot of times, teachers don't carry out the proper procedures because they don't want to get in conflict with students. Because for number one, you see a kid with a phone, you take the kid's phone, you put it somewhere, and we've had this problem before in Hillsborough County years ago. When we try to police phones in Hillsborough County, we lose the phones, somebody steal the phones, and teachers don't want to have another job to be in conflict. You know, because if you see a kid with a phone, you got to say, put it up there. If another kid is standing there, well, you told him to put his phone up, so I'm going to keep my phone. So it presents a great deal of conflict. The main things that I hated as an administrator, telephones, profanity, and dress codes. Those are the 3 hardest for us to police during the period of time. And telephones, you know, and I understand, you know, they use telephones, they have fights, they use telephones to cheat, but we have to find a better way of doing it. And let's find out from the other counties how they are doing it.
Well, I know how they're
Yeah.
doing it, yeah.
You know, but I'm saying, let's find out specific, because I know it's not 100%. Because you can't stop kids from using their phones. Because they're gonna hide in the corner, they're gonna use their phone some way of time, and then it comes back on the administrators. It really does.
Okay.
Okay.
I know Member Gray very briefly, and Member Kristen Davis, if you want to briefly comment on that, so that way we can go to Patty and I, so that way, go ahead.
So I wanted to share.
Deep into the next time.
Yeah, I want to share, respond to two remarks. And with the utmost respect, we know the work, and we appreciate, because we're in schools, of the principals. I shouldn't say I know for sure, but I know the burden, because I've been a teacher for almost 40-something years, and a department head and all that stuff. But we also know, and this is the cusp that we're at, the mental well-being of our students has a huge meaning to their academic success. When there is bullying, it hurts the student to a point where some of them absolutely, and Crisis Center will bear it up, they commit suicide or want. When there's sextortion, when there is pictures being passed around, when there is set up for fighting in different areas, all this. And let's look at one other thing. What are the middle schools doing? They're having great success. And I talked to many of them. It took about a half a year, but they're having great success, Sheikh. They're not having, they have their procedures. I've talked to the principals. Elementary schools have their procedures. But if you're going to go bite into screen time and say we have too much screen time, and at the same time you're giving students more screen time, how can you pray to two gods? You either have to make a stand, say this is mental wellness, students, best for you. We can go ahead to Vaughn's point. You put them in your backpack or your purse. This is how Orange County does it in Duval. And at the end of the day, you have them. But again, it is a hard thing for us to do, but this is our students. We are involved in number one priority is the safety and well-being of our students. That's our number one priority in policies. I'm sorry.
It's okay, okay.
But I wanted
You're
to
doing a good job trying to convince everyone, so.
I'm trying
No, I know.
Yeah, okay,
But,
I'm sorry.
okay, good, and we want to hear from the other board.
Okay, I was just going to share.
Yes, we got to.
So related to Member Vaughn and Mr. Washington, so 2 sessions ago in 2025, one of the education bills, the larger one, included language that basically directs DOE to do a pilot in 6 districts.
We have 6 of them, yeah.
Right, on this particular thing. So it also says that the information has to be shared by September 1 of this year and sent to the legislature by this December. The language will have data that should have data and feedback from the 6 districts, as well as they said possibly a model policy.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's coming, yeah. Because I talked to Dr. Burns, the interim commissioner, on the phone about it, and that's 6. But I also have, to Member Vaughn's point, I have a call into the superintendent of Orange County to acquire more data. So
Okay, well, we want to make sure we have an hour and 5 minutes, so we've only gotten through 3 policies. So let's go ahead and round up. Member Rendon, and then I'll speak, and then we'll move on to the next policy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Gray, I sincerely appreciate the fact that you are looking for the safety and well-being of all of our students, because I agreed with you that during a high school and middle school years, bullying, distractions are very important. And unfortunately, school districts don't buy cell phones. Those are purchased by parents. And they're also to be monitored by parents. The current policy does designate that in high schools, that they're not to be used during instructional time unless used for educational purposes by a teacher. So I don't know if removing that is really going to do any major effect, because we're already eliminating them from class time. We're already have put a large burden last year on principals throughout Hillsborough County. Many of them have had to go out and purchase things that would be storage containers for their teachers to make sure there's consistency in every classroom. And so we'd be asking them again to be policing complete phones across the entire time, because the way the policy is currently written, it only can be used for educational use during classrooms, and it's only passing in lunch periods that it's even used. So it's a very limited time right now. So for me personally, and believe me, I have children this age. I get the potential that phones could be, but I will tell you from a parent's point of view, those things are pretty predominantly happening in the evenings and outside of school and times. It's not just during passing periods and during lunch times. And I think the way we currently have this written, it does protect our screen time during educational time. And I think that's the important part, that we do not want any screen time during educational time, and that's what the current policy does. So I do thank you for being a champion for the mental health of our students when it comes to screen timing and devices. It is something that I personally have experienced with my own children, so I do understand it, but I believe that this puts a bigger burden on our principals than it does protect our students. So I would prefer for this policy to remain in place until we receive the data from the state where there's been an actual pilot that's done, so we can get full feedback before we make any current changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Rendon. I also I echo a lot of the sentiments. I agree that this is so important, and I think it's been very effective in the elementary and middle school. I do think it's been consistent. I do think it's been very effective in the middle schools when I go through. I think kids are not using the cell phones in the middle school. I think they're having lunch, they're talking. If you talk to the average person, elementary, middle school, I think that they feel like it's been very, very effective. I think, and I agree with you, Member Gray, we do need to go in the high school, but if we're going to be effective, it's got to be done, I think, in a really in a good timeline, kind of like when we change the GPAs or we do something. I think telling the principals on July 21st that this is a policy that's going to be coming forth for them, for a high school principal, I think it would be very difficult. I think middle schools are easier to maintain because you're looking at 700-800 kids maximum, sometimes 400 or 500 kids. You know, a school like Alonzo, I think about a school with 3,000 students. That's so hard to maintain that. It's so hard to maintain high school students right now. Also, the biggest thing for me was really this policy survey results, because I think I can sit here and say for sure I'm 100% for getting rid of cell phones in the high schools. There's no question about that. Ask me about it, I'm 100%. But what I think here, sitting at ROSAC, is very different than what's happening at the high schools. So I have to think about those high school principals and what they're dealing with. And right here, when it said, if a stricter policy were implemented, how feasible would it be to enforce it at your school? 50% of the people said difficult or very difficult. So 50% of the principals thought that. I mean, I have to listen to them because they're dealing with the day-to-day uniforms they've got to look at now. They're dealing with testing, they're dealing with fighting, they're dealing with vaping, they're dealing with parents, they're dealing with grades, they're dealing with skipping. I mean, there's so many things that our high schoolers are dealing with. I think to try to get, to start an altercation almost with a child, like, hey, give me your phone. The kid's like, no, I'm not going to give you my phone. This is my phone. I worked for it all summer. And all of a sudden, things can escalate when I don't know how that looks. I think looking at maybe a pilot program, seeing what the high school does, doing those cubbies and really doing that, and finding a high school and really doing a potential pilot program and really looking at that, how that works. I think when we looked at that student high school forum, that's what really changed my mind, was the high school forum. Students said that a lot of times they use so much technology in their schools that they're not able to access that, and they felt that they're behind. We're using more things, that they're using more technology sometimes, and then they don't have access because the Wi-Fi is always a problem. And then when I look at this, what is your level of interest in aligning the high school policy with the elementary and middle? Over 52% either opposed it or they strongly opposed it. So more and more principals are not really, our high school principals are concerned about this, and I think that this is possible, but I think that the timing has to be right, and we need more time. We need a longer path, and we need to do it very slowly. And I think we need to do it slowly and in a more feasible way, and not if we're going to implement it, let's do a small pilot program. Let's look at it for a year. Let's see what's happening at the State Department, Department of Education. Let's see what's happening federally, and then let's go there slowly, and let's really get the principals who are the stakeholders, the high school principals, to really come together and make that decision.
So can I just finish my remarks?
Yeah.
I think and I should have subtracted all the rationale and persuasion points. But what I wanted to do is to get the results of the pilots, which we will have, and then I have the phone call coming in of the results of Orange County. But I thought we could mature this out for the following year, not start it like this year, but mature it out so it starts, the conversation starts, and then put it into action the following year. So
Yeah, I mean, I think having the high school principals on a Zoom, like all of them, because I think that like the high school principals being part of the pilot to discuss that, because I think when you look right now, it's hard to find a high school principal. It's hard to attract and maintain and keep a high school principal. And so for you add an extra layer like that, that might just be the thing that just finally says, you know what, you want me to be the cell phone police? I'm done.
Yeah, but,
You know what I mean?
but conversely, the child who's being bullied. Anyway,
I'm just saying, I think it's both.
understand.
But I think what we're seeing here is that we need more. I think we could probably discuss this for an hour. We're not going to get anywhere. I think that it seems like we need more time to look at this policy.
So just to
It's
be
not
clear,
going to be
so
implemented
my
right
sense
now.
is that there's no, not
That's right.
consensus
There's
to
no
move this
appetite to
forward,
implement that
so
right now.
You're accepting of that, or?
Well, no, I mean, I am open to.
There's
I'm
the
going to
majority
get
of the
more
four of
data.
us say.
I can go on and on because there's a lot of stuff, you know. It
I
is
think you
the
have the
board.
majority. We're going to wait.
Okay.
The majority's speaking.
Okay.
I'm not going to,
Got it.
overthrow
Okay.
that.
Well, Mr. Brown's here. At least let's give him a second.
You want to say anything?
Thanks.
Yes, he came. You prepared.
Yeah, that name put me over the edge. No, everything you guys have said is 100% correct. The key, the first thing that would pop up in my head if you said you're going to implement this August 10th is enforcement. And it's just impossible at this particular point for us to enforce one more thing. And so I'm going to, and remember, Gray, I love you very much. I'm going to tell you, though, I think it's a process. Because if you remember, before the law, it's the wild, wild west. Everybody did what they wanted to do. They brought their phones. So now at least we have this first step. And maybe this policy, and once these kids get used to it, and families get used to it, and administrators get used to it, then yeah, maybe down the road you can take that next step to get to that point. But I don't think this is the time. That's right.
Till the conversation and pilot program results. So, but I'm fine. And board members, thank you for being so genuine. I know that you all care just equally as much as I do. There's no question about the safety of the students. So we'll go ahead and we'll wait till we get the results, and we'll maybe by next. Are we going to have the results for next policy session of the pilots? So it's going to take a while.
Yes. Okay. So.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay. So Karen Perez had one comment, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Thank you, Member Combs.
Member Perez?
Go
ahead. You may speak.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Speak now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
That's because you're making it.
Can you hear me?
Okay. When we get back, if Member Perez has a comment to make. Here she is.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all? No? Okay.
As we're waiting for her, you guys can read over 5200.
Well, and board members, I'll
Can you guys
just
hear me?
note that, yeah, board members, you still have 7 policies to get through, and you have less than an hour left, unless you want to extend the time.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I don't believe you have the floor, so.
Oh, yeah.
5200 and second from the record, 5223, those are both.
Yeah,
Can't get through? Okay, so.
okay.
Can you
Do you
hear
want us to
me?
move on to 5200? Okay. Toby. Tom.
Great job.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
So-
Try not to talk too much.
So 5200 is an attendance policy. It's a revision, and this again is directed by Florida statutes, and we'll turn it over to staff to explain the reasoning.
All right, thank you. So as you're looking through the policy, it probably looks a little bit different than some of the other policy revisions you see because it is so substantive and largely driven by updates to statutes over the past few years. But in addition to that, while we had the opportunity to update around those statutes, we really wanted to make sure that we brought some clarity to the preventative and proactive things that we're putting into place as a district to help support student attendance. So really making this policy student-centered and promoting early intervention. We also wanted to bring clarity to roles and responsibilities for all stakeholders, whether that be district, school, or families and students, and cleaned up some things that have kind of been a little bit in the gray area, which is like makeup work, for example, so bringing some clarity around that. And this was a collaborative effort amongst a large group of stakeholders, including our coordinator with attendance, Tom Lefevre, the school social work department. We then, we drafted kind of the main body of this and then vetted it through region superintendents who were able to provide feedback, about 50 administrators, site-based administrators from elementary, middle, high, and alternative sites. We also shared this with our Community Partnership Alliance and our state social work consultant to provide feedback. All had the opportunity to provide feedback, and we incorporated in the information that they provided. In addition to that, we've been working with some folks in communication, so hopefully once this kind of gets approved and finalized, we're able to add on and enhance our attendance campaign to make sure that families are aware of the information.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Member Vaughn had a question, then Member Gray.
Thank you. Mine's very short. We talked about this. We went through this with you. I appreciate it. Again, I think this is utmost importance to make sure our families get this. They understand the changes in this, that, even if there's like a hotline that they can call and ask questions. Again, I think this is a big, substantial shift and that we should do everything we can to get ahead of it, especially in this upcoming year, so that our families really understand the gravity of what changed, what the expectations are, and all of that going forward. So I just want to make sure that this is very well, advertised and communicated. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gray?
Thank you, Member Combs. I understand it provides early intervention and prevention with the Child Study team, and I understand the Student Code of Conduct, and Dr. Graves, I'm going to ask you a question, does not suspend students for absences. I understand that an attendance policy clarifies attendance, this particular policy, and gives our district a unified system of steps taken when students miss schools. And last, I understand that if a student misses school beyond 15 days, that their parents will go to a civil court, have their driver's license taken away, suspended, and will lose their cash benefits such as with Medicaid and SNAP portions of that. Is that correct?
So yeah, let me just to clarify. So that is when students reach a threshold defined by statute as habitually truant, which is 15 unexcused absences in a 90 calendar day period. And in that case, per the statute, those students' driver's license would be suspended until they demonstrate a pattern of attendance that's sustainable or substantial. In addition to that, if they are receiving cash benefits, those cash benefits could be suspended as well when they reach that same threshold.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
And by the way, thank you, Toby Hartranth, your last name,
Yeah.
and Tom Lefevre. So thank you for working on this. My questions are two. Will these steps be verbalized and written within our code of conduct? That might be Dr. Gray's conversation. And as Member Vaughn mentioned, the communication piece is huge because driver's license being suspended, civil court, those are words that would scare, most normal people. So I don't know if you want to answer that, Toby?
I can touch on both. So we did collaborate in the most recent updates to the Code of Conduct. So we do collaborate with that team and enhanced some of the language that's in there. And then once we have this policy kind of where we want it and enacted, then we'll continue to add those enhancements to that Code of Conduct to ensure that all of those things are reflected accurately. in addition to the messaging campaign around all of these changes and updates that are in place. So, and then I didn't know if, Dr. Graves, if you had anything that you needed to add as far as conduct, but I think that's, yeah.
You were hiring a new code of conduct person. I don't know if it's hired yet or not, but that's coming up, right? So he has been hired. Okay, all right. And in the spirit of getting Member Gray on speed verbalization, will our social workers be more focused on finding these students? We have Carissa, I think that's the name, that's the one that it's a vendor we hired or we bought to find these hard to find kids. Is it Carissa? Remember I had a problem? Yeah. So, it's Casey. Yeah, it's Casey. So what are we doing with our social workers? Myrna's not here, but are they going to be help seeking these kids that are hard to find, or Casey?
As far as the explicit social work training for Casey, I'm not sure, but I know as far as attendance in general and the supports that we provide, not only would we be helping and working with our school social workers, but attendance is such a pervasive issue. It's such a cross-cutting nature. It can't just be one group or one department. So everybody has a hand in helping to support attendance and help get students back into school. So we're going to be providing kind of specific and individualized trainings for the different groups and different stakeholders depending on what their role may be.
Okay, and we have less than 45 minutes left, so I want to really stick with like the policy and not the procedure so much, because we are getting really deep into that, and there are some policies that we have to pass because by law we have to pass them. So I think if there's any other comments, can we just move forward with the attendance one, because it is by law, unless there's oh, you do have comments. Okay, you do have comments. Okay, you do have some changes. Okay, go ahead, Member Rendon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did review this with several of my principals, and I think that's what's important to make sure. If we look on page 2, if I look at section B, section D, I want to make sure people understand that they felt that this was really good implementation and really good positiveness. In section B, absent on line 65, there's a concern by the word not engaged. That word right there meant if a student was present but not engaged, there could be repercussions. And so I would ask that we give some definition to that, because that's subject to inequities. So if we could give some subject to that, and I don't believe that's part of the law, I believe that's part of what we've entered, because it's not engaged in a class period. If I look at page 4, make up work for absences. This is where I want to make sure that there's a piece of it that's the law, and there's a piece of it that's some flexibility within our district. And so the comments we have back is, it looks like we're setting a minimum that you have to give at least 2 days when someone returns for an excused absence, but then it refers to affordable, reasonable amount of time. And again, principals are concerned that there will be inequity on exactly what that means is reasonable. One person may think 3 days is reasonable, another person may think 5 days is reasonable. I do know that when you then go down to line 35, then you go to line 129, it's a minimum of time provided shall equal the number of school days missed plus 1 additional day. Is that the law, or is that what we put in?
That's what we put in.
Okay, so again, you go 3 different lines saying 3 different things. You've got a minimum of 2 days, then you can have a reasonable amount of time, and then you could have up to the time that they've been absent plus a day. And so it's very confusing at which are we following.
So part of the 2 day is to request the work, and then the 1 day plus the minimum is the amount of time to complete that work.
Okay, so I'm just giving you feedback that I've spoken with 10 principals, and all of them gave me feedback of the confusion. So I would ask that be cleaned up, that there's clarity, because I think right now we know there's 3 days. And I think there should just be some clarity in that. Again, when we look at lines 32 through 34, the concern that was come back was, why are we not, it's based on by the principal, site administrator to ensure instructional integrity. Why is that being done? We're having the work that's being missed put back on a principal, not on either department head or teacher. and then it takes away the autonomy of the teacher for their coursework, what they're going to have made up or not. It puts it back onto the principal. So that was a concern they had, that there was one more thing back on the principal. And then again, when you talk about the makeup work as excused nurses of the principal, it's at the discretion of the principal or administrator. There's nothing to do with the classroom, with the teacher, with even the department head. And does that align with the control of the teacher's classroom? So again, I would have some language that would clarify that, because throughout this entire policy, it's been put back on the administrator completely. When I go back to line 161, could we do this through the electronic system through Focus? And not, because it specifically says here, ensure the schools contact the parent or guardian through excused absences. How is that being done? You know, is that something that can be done at least first round through an email through the system of Focus? Because Focus does keep track of our attendances and things like that. So that was another question. If I go to page 6, line 115H, submit students who have accumulated 15 or more days. How does the school do this, and what does this look like? So some clarification on how that's going to look. Again, we want to make sure accurate records are being followed. That was their concern, that there were accurate records when it goes to this. On line 231, add the word accurate school attendance. That means it's been verified to be accurate. We want to make sure it's been verified to be accurate. And then throughout this, is there any place in here where we can make sure that the social worker is directly included in the process of this? Because throughout this entire thing, it's put back on the administrator or site responsible. And so is it possible to add throughout this that we could include the social worker as a primary responsibility for this? If we look at line 248, we have ages 6 through 16. That is in statute and it is in guidance, and we leave off age 5. I recognize that. But Kristen, if we could look at that, because that's also a funding issue, that it's not acknowledging age 5 within our elementary schools for our base student allocation. So can we look at that as an issue of making sure that, because we already know that from an academic standpoint, students missing kindergarten classes is critically important for our 3rd grade reading level. So if we could just look at that as a potential. In line 306, again, this is a great place where we could include social worker on that page. And then the last but not least, on line 355, it says in here that required instructional standards and instructional time as prescribed by statute, if we could list that in the policy, is a request from the administrators that they could see exactly what that is and not have to go look for that statute. Thank you.
Member Combs, can I?
Okay, okay. Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
I was in the queue.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead,
Okay.
Jessica.
Hi. Real quick, I just have a question, one that I don't think we addressed. What happens to our migrant children who leave for a period of the season and then come back? Are they unenrolled and re-enrolled? And then we have families that have to travel to other countries to renew their visa, sometimes during the year, and sometimes that could be up to a 3-week process. Where are the provisions for those families?
So those are, depending on the situation, there's a lot of different processes that they would follow as far as enrollment and unenrollment that would be followed within those corresponding policies. So if a student's unenrolled, then we wouldn't be keeping track of that attendance.
So if a family has to travel out of the country for 3 weeks to renew their visa, they have to unenroll and re-enroll their students?
If they're moving back or coming, if their
No, I
visa is
mean,
expiring?
their visa's not expiring. To renew them, a lot of times you have to go back to the country of origin, take care of business there, and then come back to the United States. They're living here, but the process to renew their visa requires them to go to another country for several weeks during the school year.
Thank you, Member Bond. This is a situation where the principal would have discretion. They would work with the family to ensure that the principal would have discretion, and we would work with the family to ensure that we don't have any truancy issues applied to that student. and we would work to ensure that we had some continuity. So we'd work with the family in that
So
case.
there is some room for principal discrepancy in here?
Discretion, yes, yes,
Is
ma'am.
that in the policy itself?
Well, we will make sure that that gets stated in the policy. I also want to make sure that we're clear about what the statute actually states in terms of the who. And so social workers, member Rendon, I apologize, aren't stated in the statute. However, principals can designate whomever they choose, right? So we'll make sure that we are clear about that, and where we can insert social workers, we will.
Or at least include in there that the principal can designate.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it only says site administrator,
Yes,
or it doesn't say designee. So
Yes.
that we need to include that.
We will.
Okay, perfect. Member Gray, you had a brief comment?
Yes. 3 things. Child study team, does that include a social worker or not? Because if it's included, then the remarks of Member Rendon will be satisfied. Second, the 155 and 156, 157, when you start having the onus on the parents, Superintendent Van Ayers, that communication piece becomes even more glaring. So now you're involving parents, suspended license, civil court. So you can see there's a lot on your plate as well, or Tanya Aja. Last, when we talk about tardies, and we all know this, some of us have been teachers, many times teachers count you absent because you come late. So what we'll do, and I just told Kristen, put together a tardy policy, because now you got to remember tardies sometimes get mixed in with, you're absent, just because that's the way calculations and roll call that's the reality. And I think, Toby, you and I talked about that, so we'll get that. Thank you, Member Combs.
Okay, Member Rendon, you had one quick comment, and then we're going to move on from this policy.
It's actually a question, like we are going to do with our student code of conduct. Could we make this where an acknowledgement has to be made by the parent that they've reviewed it?
Yes.
So, because it sends an email saying that you have a policy to, you have a document to be acknowledged and focused. Can we do that,
Yeah,
like
that
we're
has
doing
to
with our
be-
student code of conduct? Because I think that's what's important here.
Yes, we will. What we'll do is we'll include this with the first day packet information, and along with that, we will ensure that there's an acknowledgement for it.
So that gives an electronic acknowledgement by the parent, which I think is important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's perfect timing, because we have a policy upcoming around electronic signature, so good timing.
Okay,
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. I think that's great. Okay, so I think we have enough feedback, everybody. Okay, let's go ahead, and then we're going to move on to the next one, which is another one.
Mr. Gray's.
By Chief of Schools, the 5223.
Right.
All right. And Rick will, yep.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Okay, we're halfway through now.
The revised policy for absences for religious instruction is due to there was an adopted state rule that was adopted at the State Board of Education meeting on 5/14. We already had a policy in place with our school district that addressed absences for religious instruction, but there were some added provisions in this new state rule, so we had to make sure that those revisions were in our current policy. And also, there were some things added for clarity. So one example of a provision that we included, if you look on lines 13 through 16, it indicates that religious instruction does not occur during core curricular courses as defined in Florida statute unless otherwise approved by the principal or designee. So that's something that was a part of the new state rules, so we made sure that was included in our policy as well.
Right. Anybody have any questions or comments? Because this is all, I know Member Vaughn, you had a question?
Yeah, I want to confirm, I find this confusing because I know that in other instances, the state is very concerned with academic disruptions or kid losing any time of the academic day, whether it's PE, lunch. They have a lot of opinions about students and their academic time. So this is confusing to me that now we're allowing students to leave our campus with parental permission, go off-site during the day. I mean, it says non-core time, but that could be PE, which a lot of people consider important, or art, which is considered important, or music, which is considered important. They're able to leave our campus, get this instruction, come back. I guess my question is, how does this not be considered a disruption to the day to our traditional students?
That's a good
And
question.
what are we going to do, even if it's not core time, to make sure that our kids who might take advantage of this are getting what they've missed in physical education, music education, art, all the other pieces which may not be core, but are still important to children's development?
Again, with this state rule, I mean, our hands are tied and we do have to follow the provisions that have been put in place. One of the things is when it comes to makeup, and because makeup work is a part of this policy, so students are given the same amount of time to make up work and request the makeup work as they are for any other absences. So that is a part of that policy. But again, you know, we will work with parents because it's something where you can come to a mutual agreement with principal approval to ensure that maybe it's not the same class that's missed every single day. We have been contacted by one company, and you know they've expressed interest in working with our students, and that's been elementary. And so one of their provisions that they put in place is that they really wanted to work with students 1 day a week for 1 hour maximum. And so again,
But they can do that now on campus. This means taking them off campus.
this means taking them off of campus, correct?
And then, is there any vetting process for the people who are going to be taking our kids off campus to make sure they're not criminals, they have criminal backgrounds? Like, we have that vetting process to allow people into our schools. Is there any process around that with the people who are taking our students out of school?
There are verifications when it comes to insurance and liability and those types of things. And then as part of our district procedures, we will, you know, check to do the background checks to make sure they are allowed on campus. But again, the parents, you know, are responsible for signing off on the verification form that they are not holding the district harmless for anything or any conduct that happens off campus. So we do have those forms that are in place. It was a part of our existing policy, and so those same forms will be a part of this proposed new policy as well.
And does the principal have any discretion in this?
When it comes to if the organization that's taken a student off campus, if they do not provide adequate attendance updates, then the principal can rescind that opportunity. And so the parents do have an opportunity to, you know, request that their child be admitted. You know, they have an opportunity to ask for a review of that rescission, but the principal, again, they do have an opportunity if the organization, if they do not provide adequate attendance and updated attendance, the principal can rescind.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Gray?
Thank you, Member Combs, and thank you, Dr. Graves. My questions, three of them. Number one, can they communicate, when I say they, these entities communicate in any way, shape, or form in terms of advertisements, putting mailers in the teacher's mailbox of this particular religious entity?
No, they cannot. As part of the state statute, they cannot solicit on campus or by sending mailers, and neither can teachers do that as well.
Okay,
or other employees on campus.
And what happens when the student goes into this vehicle? You say there's insurance, there's liability insurance. And you don't know the answer because we haven't done this yet, but what if there's an accident occurring? Who's liable?
Well, again, before any student is released, the parents as well as the organization, they're required to fill out their hold harmless forms as well as proof of insurance. And the principal or the designee will review all of that information before granting approval or denial.
Okay, and last question. When we talk about core instruction, we talked about this, Rick, the intensive reading class. That's not a core instruction, but if they miss that, if they miss those classes of intensive reading, then that's going to severely hurt a child's instructional trajectory of passing. So have you talked about this?
So the one thing that helps us is when you look at the language that we've included, it's core classes as defined by the state statute. And so when you look at that, you know, when you're looking at secondary grades 9 through 12, that's something, of course, that's measured by state assessment or something that's required for high school graduation. So, you know, those are examples of we can talk through and work with the parent and let them know that this is something, if they do miss this particular course, that it could affect their status for graduation. So the principal or designee, they do have that flexibility.
Okay, and just the overarching remark is mixing church and state in education is, to me, it's a dangerous situation, in my opinion, and I think we're going to be facing some repercussions on that as the time goes on. But okay, that's just talk, and I thank you, Dr. Graves. I'm done.
Okay, Member Rendon, you had a couple comments, and then we'll move on to the next.
Thank you, Madam
Policy.
Chair. I do have a question. The law is actually designated as religious instruction and religious holiday. So is this the combination, or do we have a separate policy regarding holiday?
We do have a separate policy for
Okay,
holidays.
just confirming that,
Yes.
number one. Number two is this policy the same as, because the only thing I see different in here is that there's religious instruction, right? We do already currently allow for a student to be picked up for an after-school program. Do we allow a student to be picked up from a dance thing? If designated by the parent, does this policy and the way in which we word it equitable to that? Because the only thing that's changed is it says religious, and I don't think that should be making a change.
It's again, as Dr. Gray said, this is a specific law and a specific rule dealing with
understand that.
that.
I'm
So
just
it's-
asking the question.
Whether it's equitable or not, we don't really have an opportunity to address that.
But I'm still asking
So-
the question.
So he could maybe answer that, but there's no wiggle room with that
Like
because they're
if a parent
requiring it.
designates a dance quest for picking up kids at school, would they still have to go through these same requirements?
Well, this is specific to this particular statute. I would have to review the other policy to see what requirements are in there.
Okay, so and the only other thing I want to ask is like when you've got on here that they have to have a specific liability insurance, you're going to be requiring background screens for the people that pick them up. Is that required across the board? Is that part of the statute?
Well, the statute does require the liability, the
Okay.
proof of insurance, the whole harmless forms.
Okay.
That is included in the statute.
Okay, what about the background screens?
That does not explicitly stated in the statute.
But we're putting that in.
We could put it in as.
But we're not now.
It's not included.
Because I just heard
in-
Ms. Gray ask for that, and I just want to clarify, we're not adding
It's not in the
additional
policy.
to what the statute says.
No, it's not in the policy currently.
Okay, because I don't want to add anything additional to this than what the statute requires. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, we'll go on to the next one.
Okay, the next policy is a revision of policy 5540, investigations and interviews, brought forward by member Vaughn. She can explain her reasoning for this. Basically, from a legal standpoint, what she's adding is that we would require what's called a judicial warrant before any law enforcement officer could enter a private space in the school, which would be considered classrooms. Typically, only an administrative warrant is needed, and that's for public spaces. Again, this is something that is legally defensible. It's different than our current policy. I'll let you explain what your reasoning is with that.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. So this was a culmination of a lot of community feedback of concerns around who has access to our students and just making sure that they're allowed to have access and that proof is given around that. A lot of concern that anybody could come into the school and say anything that they need to get access to our students. But more so, it was driven from staff wondering what they should follow, what they should be asking for, what they're able to ask for before they give access to our students. And so I did some research, and it looks like this is the federal law on this. And then I know that other counties even take it a step further. Was it Miami-Dade or Orange, where even to get access, there's a commission and a whole committee that they have to submit something to, and that committee has to give permission before they even have access to the students you and I had talked about. So this isn't as drastic as that as some other counties that require a multi-day committee approval before people get access to our students. I just want to make sure the right people have access, they're showing the right documentation, and that our staff understands what they're allowed to ask for. And I think this tweak really helps clarify that. So that's why I brought that forward. Thank you.
Okay, board members, or Mr. Porter? Mr. Porter, sorry.
Yeah, we get confused all the time.
Mr. Farkas, Mr. Collins, Mr. Collins. Me too, yeah.
Mr. Farkas,
It's the gray hair. It's the gray hair that's confusing.
Judicial warrant,
One
can
has-
you expand a little bit on that from your understanding, Jim, as to
A
what
judicial
that is?
warrant means it's a warrant signed by a judge. That's the only difference between that and an administrative warrant.
And so I realize the paragraph underneath it describes a little bit about what if an active investigation is going on. Hot pursuit is actually the word. I can't believe we put that in policy, but that we put it, that's in that part of it too. Here's my only concern. Obviously, we want to make sure only the right kids have access. Making sure our administrators interpret this the correct way. The last thing we want to do is to create a situation where our administrator thinks they need a signed warrant for a kid to come in and have, for a police officer to have access. They've got probable cause. They've got a reason to actually be there. So my only concern is communication to administration, because if they do decide to get in the way of something that's an active investigation or hot pursuit or there's a criminal investigation, in theory, they'd be arrested for obstruction of justice. And that would be my only fear, is that we put our administrators in a place where, because of lack of information and because of lack of understanding, they get in that, hey now.
Ouch.
Oh, and that's a new dress too. So, and again, I'll let Chief Collins.
So just to expound on that, Florida State Statute 901 holistically addresses different types of arrests and also detention. There's multiple subsections within that state statute. Nowhere in that state statute where it prohibits law enforcement from conducting their duties on school campus. With that being said, then you would have the subsequent issue where then deputies, officers, if they run into an issue where they feel like their investigation is being obstructed, then they would charge people with state statute 84302, which is obstruction of justice, which is a misdemeanor, which we don't want our employees to be subject to.
So I guess my question would be, would wording to clarify be a better option, or is an option adopting something where we have a commission, a commission like other counties do, where there's a full vetted process and we're not putting that pressure on our administrators? Is that an alternative to this policy?
I'm not sure it's going to solve my concern as a high school principal and the million things you have going on during the day, that someone's going to come up that you're going to differentiate. Oh no, this is something that's questioning. I could put this through, whether it's through a judicial warrant or through the committee or not. I think it's beholden, and Dr. Graves and I spent some time talking about this as well. It's not that we're opposed to it. I mean, I think that we want to make sure that kids that we have access, that the right people have access to it. I just think that if the board passes that Dr. Graves and Chief Collins and myself are going to spend a lot of time with principals, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, talking about who has access and who doesn't, and making sure that they understand the difference between an active investigation and the normal duties of law enforcement that Chief Collins referred to as. Some of our principals are very much letters of the law rule followers, and that's not a bad thing. I just don't want to put them in a situation where they get that. Again, we're here to call, whether it's Dr. Graves or Chief Collins or myself, to try to help them. I just want to make sure that no one gets in front and goes, no, the policy says you can't have access to my kids, and they put themselves in that situation. So that's my fear.
And also, just to clarify, when you gave your statement, you said to have people have access to the children. I'm assuming we're talking law enforcement specific.
Well, I mean, at this point, there are some law enforcement that aren't dressed as law enforcement. They don't necessarily have those same credentials, who are saying that they want to do welfare checks. And I think this was driven from staff and principals who want that kind of clarity. So, I mean, from my perspective, while I understand what you're saying, and I never want to put anybody in the position of possibly facing arrest, they really want to understand the clarity of what they can ask for, who's allowed, what they look like, and make sure that they're not giving access to people, or in the other sense, allowing danger to happen to the children.
So I think you have a multifaceted issue. You have where potentially the student may be a suspect in an investigation. You also have where the student may be a victim in an investigation. Depending on those sets of circumstances, it may not be advantageous for law enforcement to contact the parent, because the parent may be the suspect in a case where he or she may sexually be assaulting to the student. So it may be more advantageous for law enforcement to do the investigation with the student on school campus without the parent being present or notified. So there's multiple
But it's
factors.
unusual for them to have to get a judicial warrant to do that?
No,
and that's what we're saying, is we want to make sure that a principal would know when a law enforcement officer traditionally says, hey, I need to talk to Van Ayers today, that part of the conversation, that's traditionally when they said it, they're in uniform, they have their badge, things like that. whether we give access to Van is when will they know when to get a judicial warrant or when it's an active investigation, as Chief Collins did. I think that I understand where you're coming from, and maybe it's where we get some focus groups together, principals, in between now and we get to final talk to kind of get some feedback from principals about kind of what their concerns are, so we can try to clarify, because we want the same thing. We don't want a principal not knowing who to have access to, or to your point, not everyone looks the same from a law enforcement standpoint, the different facets of law enforcement. So I'm all for us getting clarification. So I have no problem with Chief and Dr. Graves and I spending some time with principals at all three levels and talk about who has access and what that looks like, so they understand what a judicial warrant is, as opposed to who has access to their kids.
And it might be a good opportunity now that we have a new chief of security and they've raised concerns to do exactly what Mr. Porter has said. And if you would be willing to hold this till the next policy cycle perhaps and allow them to do that.
I'm open to holding it. I'd like to hear what my other board
Yeah,
members have.
because again, it's adding something that isn't there. It is going to create possible potential confusion, but it's very specific. It's a judicial warrant for non-private areas of schools only. So it would not impact law enforcement coming into
Correct.
the front office. It would just be law enforcement going into a classroom, or anything that would be considered private. So that is very, very specific, but your concerns are valid about creating confusion and more work. So,
I mean, okay, I want to hear what fellow board members have to say, because when you define it that way, it doesn't seem overly confusing and something we could explain to our principals pretty easy. So, like I said, I'll wait and see what other board members have to say.
Okay. I've been starting with, okay, go ahead. I've been starting with you lately.
I just
Go
got
ahead.
to, Member Vaughn, I'm so sorry, I left the room when you were giving the why for this. Can you just share the why again?
Sure, yeah, it's been both from our families and the community, as well as members at our school wanting clarity for who has access to our students. Like, yes, if there's an active investigation and one of our officers walks in and has credentials, they understand that they cooperate with police. However, there are circumstances now where there could be law enforcement that aren't dressed in that way, in that manner, as a police officer. I'm not sure what credentials that they're showing, asking to do welfare checks and have access to our student. And I have had principals say, what do I do in this situation? Am I supposed to ask for something? Is there something they're supposed to show me? And under doing research, what I found is they're supposed to ask for a judicial warrant in that situation, in these very specific situations. So I just want to add that to policy to be clear on that, so they have that guidance as well as the community. And they've expressed some concerns about it being confusing to our staff members, and potentially they could obstruct and put
So is
themselves.
the judicial warrant request based off of officers in plain clothes or officers in uniform? Because it seems we have no issue with officers in uniform.
Plainclothes.
But they have the same credentials, they are commissioned under the same sheriff. So where's,
Who are? The
they're all law
plainclothes.
enforcement. They just have,
Plainclothes
right.
officers.
Plainclothes.
They have the same credentials as, right, right.
Well, I guess, I don't know if this is the case. I don't know what they have to show. I don't know if that can be forged. I don't know if our staffs are comfortable asking for that or getting more information about it. But if legally, federally, this is part of the law, I don't understand why including it in our policy is a problem.
yeah, again, it's very specific about quote-unquote private areas of schools, which would be classrooms. That's what it's intended to do. The conversation's gotten broader. I think you've identified some additional concerns about credentials and making sure our children are safe. So I think that they're aligning, but they're also different concerns, really.
Correct. And my experience in both as an area director and principal was, I don't ever remember a law enforcement officer wanting to go inside a classroom to do that part. To answer your question, I don't see that. So I think that if that's your concern, is make sure they have access to private areas, and correct me, fair enough. I just think that part I'm not quite as worried about, the clarification. And again, it may be that we keep this on this policy cycle, and meanwhile, Chief and Dr. Grace and I have an opportunity to go meet with principals and come back to you and say, hey, it's easy, it's something they understand, or hey, will you give us a little bit of time, Ms. Vaughn, to work with the principals to give them information. I don't know about what that clarity looks like. I just want to make sure that we shared our concern about what that looks like and make sure we don't put them in a bad spot. But But I don't know how that looks. So like I said, I think it's worthy of a conversation because we want to make sure principals aren't trying to make decisions in isolation. That's the biggest thing.
I mean, I'm open to workshopping it, bringing it back,
Yep.
but I will bring something back. This is something that I'm concerned with.
Sure.
And I want to make sure we provide the most clarity. So again, whatever my fellow board members find amenable is what I'll work on.
Right? Member Gray? I mean, no, member
So the
Brendan.
next workship
I
on
thought-
this is the 29th.
Oh, sorry,
Member
Member
Gray.
Gray just asked the
Are you
question.
done?
And then we stole her time away.
I'm just
going into
No,
conversation.
but I'm going to lean towards the principals because they're the height of the attention, and so that needs to be addressed to them, with them.
The next step is September 29th, I think, right, Ms.
Yeah,
Davis?
29th.
So
Yep.
we should be able to get information and before we
That's the
get to
next
the.
beginning of the policy cycle, or?
The next workshop is September 29th, so they'll immediately get started on this, and we'll be ready. Yep.
So we're going to bring it back, is what?
Yes.
I need clarification. When you say September 20th, what
I know,
workshop
that
is that?
That's the next workshops.
Oh, I
We'll
thought
bring,
you-
For what?
bring this
For policies?
policy workshop.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Yep.
If you're amenable to that, then I would recommend, given
I'm
the
open
time
to it,
constraints, unless board members have comments.
I'm bringing it
Get the
back
comments
and I
on the
want a
record and
decision
then
that comes
let's
back.
move
Put it on
on.
the list.
Let's put it to bed, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll be working with you two quite closely.
We welcome it.
Okay, Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Member Vaughn coming with some clarification. I mean, we just experienced this in the east side of the county quite readily in the last couple months, at the end of school last year, with having quite a bit of law enforcement within a couple of our schools and how that was handled. And so I think if we look over the entire policy, I believe, and our schools were following it, where nobody gets past our administrator first. At the end of the day, that was where the bottom line met, the administrator. And I believe every time an outside law enforcement arrives on our campus, your procedure is to be calling Deputy Collins as well as the regional superintendent.
Yeah, if there's anything that's out of the ordinary. I mean, they
Right.
have regular occurrences that come, a probation officer that checks in, things like that. They don't have to call us every time.
That's totally different.
Right, but anything that they have out of the ordinary, then they know they have a direct call to their regional superintendent, Dr. Grace, Chief Collins, or myself.
Correct. So like, we've had an issue, right, recently in April.
Mhm.
And at that point in time, that was exactly followed. And that's where it was
I'm not
procedure.
privy of that incident, so I
I'm talking about an incident where we had issues at Plant City High School, where we had additional law enforcement that were on property, that were outside, that were coming in. And in those cases, and the cases that followed our policy, that nobody left, when they were there, it contacted the administrator. The administrator and their staff had individuals come to be questioned. Nobody left the building, they didn't go to a classroom.
And traditionally, you've got a school resource officer that's there that works for the sheriff, but also, in the case of Chief Newman, the same thing with Chief Collins is, we're going to make sure we provide assets and support to those principals as well. To support, so they're not making those
So if we could
decisions.
also, when we're looking at that, make sure the role, because our resource officers are employed by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, so they follow those same guidelines, and they do talk to our kids. So I do want to make sure that we cover their ability to do it with their job as well.
So just so we're clear, this will not go forward this cycle. It'll be coming back on September 29th. Got it. So we'll defer that. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think you have enough direction from this board on exactly, we want to keep that policy, but we want to do it in a different format that is not going to impact principals in a negative way. Okay, it's about 11:50. We have about 5 policies left, I think. Okay, so we can continue to 12:30 and then take a break. We'll see.
No.
Okay. Okay, so the next we're starting with new policies. Okay, so we're done with all of those. We're now starting new policies, and we'll start with the first one, which is the electronic transportation devices. And that's from Member Gray, Member Vaughn, and myself. I don't think we have to introduce it all, so that way just we know what it is.
So board members, this
Everyone's
is
read
a
it. It's the same
policy,
time.
this is a new
Nobody
policy
needs to summarize
that
it.
has not been in effect yet. This deals with motorized vehicles, including scooters and electric bikes, and their impact and how they're dealt with on campus. There's no overall policy on it. There are procedures that each school has in place to address this issue. The board members that brought this thought there should be a policy to sort of set the stage, so it was drafted in a way that it takes into account what's already happening on our campuses, but is intended to provide a greater framework for it and a district-wide policy. So that's the impetus for bringing it forward.
Okay, great. And as I said, Member Vaughn, Member Gray, and myself, I don't think we need to go into details about the danger of, we know. But if we can briefly talk about the policy specifically and what to add and not, okay, go ahead. We'll start with Member Vaughn.
Thank you. I know you're in a time crunch, but this is important to me, and I do have things I want to talk about when it comes to it. So I am amenable to this. This is not what I originally wanted. I would like to go further with this. I think that the danger is undeniable right now, and I know that several other counties, including Pinellas, just enacted much, much more strict than this because there is no oversight on these electronic devices, vehicles, how fast they can go. People aren't implementing wearing helmets, and kids are either dying or having so many injuries with this, it's almost an epidemic. And to Member Gray's point, when we constantly talk about student safety and putting our kids first, I can't emphasize what a crisis these e-scooters and e-bikes are right now. I love e-scooters. I have an e-bike, so it's not that I'm opposed to them fundamentally, but there has been no rollout of safety guidelines, no safety campaigns when it comes to kids. I have kids who literally zip out of my neighborhood in front of me with ear pods in who don't even look. I've almost hit children several times who there's no way to anticipate that they're coming right in front of us. And I think that allowing them to use that mode of transportation for school, especially in Florida, Tampa, where we're the #1 pedestrian kill accident rate, as a school board, we have to absolutely look at this epidemic and be more aggressive about it. I know that there are some concerns about it, so I'm willing to pass this as a starter policy, but I do anticipate coming back and doing revisions to make this much more stringent and protective of our students. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Yes, and I brought this forward as well. Interestingly, within less than a quarter of a mile, maybe 3 blocks, walking to the convention center, I was almost hit 3 times by an e-bike, and no warning, no way of work, nothing. So, could I have gotten hit, et cetera, or shake? I mean, any of us older folks, we'd be at mercy. Younger, sorry. Throw Chris in there too. So, but what I'm saying, and to Member Vaughn's point, it is and I want to say it's a crisis. It's an accident waiting to happen. Liability for school sites is astronomical. I think what I'd like to see is a companion of the disciplinary action. You can't put it into a policy, but Dr. Grace, what's going to happen is we have a beginning, a framework, but now we have to have a better framework. What's going to happen when the student does hit someone younger like Shake Washington, or does hit another student? Worse yet, go to Newsom High School. The danger of those kids weaving in and out of the car line is just an accident waiting to happen. I'm just mentioning that because living out there. So any school site, whatever we can do, I think when you bring it back next time, if that's the will of the board, I want to have a companion of what disciplinary action. Otherwise, it's just going to continue. I mean, if you don't say anything, if you get just a slap on the wrist, I'm just going to go ahead and bring it next day. And then you have to think about the high needs kids. They can't afford gasoline. Their parents can't afford transportation. So, that's a big consideration. What do we do for those students that are in marginalized school site areas? And it is almost a town hall situation where parents have to be part of this action. Superintendent Van Ayers, what do you think?
No, I just would add there that, it's incumbent upon us to help communicate, as Ms. Vaughn mentioned, some of the really teachings of e-bike safety. So I think that's important for us as a team that we can do to help, knowing that our students are taking these and being transported to school on them. We can, look to see what type of safety measures we can take as far as communication of being safe on the e-bikes. Because you're right, it's as Ms. Vaughn mentioned, it's a major mode of transportation for a lot of kids now that use it to get to school, to and from school every single day. I think this policy is a start around having a policy around electronic transportation.
Well, there is an educational piece
Yeah.
for sure. There's also a disciplinary measure as well. Dr. Grace, what do you think? You've got a parameter, but I'm going to bring my e-bike anyway. So what's going to happen?
I think as far as discipline, the consequences would already be written into our policy, because when it comes to non-compliance with directives, if these were procedures and a policy that e-bikes are not to be ridden on campus, or that students should be wearing helmets and those types of things, if they are not complying, then it's part of non-compliance with directives, and there are progressive consequences for that behavior.
Do you want that in a policy, or should I ask the board members, do you want to put that within a policy in subordination?
Well, I think it, just like our other policies, it would, could say refer to student
Well, I
code of
think
conduct
that's-
for
that's what we would
appropriate
do.
consequences.
Yeah, I was just going to say refer to the code of conduct, because that's part of it. So, yes, I'm glad we got a start on it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, this is so critically important today. My daughter was hit by an e-scooter. It's just tragic. I think this is not just protecting the students that are on the bikes, but it's protecting the other drivers, student drivers, parent drivers, all the above. But I was going to actually bring up, very similar to what Member Gray was, on line 23 through 26, or 23 through 25, you talk about if they're not, they have possession, it's a privilege, not a right, and if they bring the devices, they may be subject to discipline. I don't want to put maybe, will be, and it will be, and I want to make sure that there is direction if they're not following the safety guidelines, that they will lose their privilege to utilize those on campuses. For those that wrote this, I'm very thankful that you said that they're not allowed to ride them on campus as soon as they bring it on campus. I'm thankful for the helmets. I'm thankful for the wording of the safety procedures and the parent responsibility in this. So I would just ask that under line 23 through 25, we remove maybe and put will be subject. And then we add in that if they violate any of these safety procedures, they lose that privilege for that entire school year. I think there's no questions. I'm not going to call a parent, superintendent doesn't want to call a parent because a child was hit by a car driving one of these on a campus. It's just critically important. So I agree with that, and I thank them for specifically bringing this policy to the board, because I think this is a time in which it's critically important to do that. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Member Rendon. And I also, I also was one of the people who brought this forward, and I think it is a really huge, huge issue. I think that the biggest problem that we face is that we should be putting this in our legislative platform, because, it's not like you're just monitoring kids just during the school day. As soon as they get home, they're on those bikes, and then they're just flying in the after-school programs, and they're just going crazy. It's not like, it's just during the day that they're not going to get killed. Usually, it's like they have it all pent up, and after school, they're trying to even be bigger show-off. So I think it's really, we need to push it at legislative. We need to push it up there. Also, it needs to be there's certain e-bikes that should, I think. Listen, we can't ban things, but there's a certain speed of e-bike that we should look at maybe possibly banning. Like, I know in West Chase, there's all different types of levels. In West Chase, it's a huge issue. If you go to West Chase, if you go to Farnell, you walk in there's 100 e-bikes. It's like, I can't even believe the parents are spending all that money. And it's a big issue all in West Chase, all over. So I think the legislative platform, and then looking at a certain e-bike, the ones that go really fast, and if the state's not going to ban them, us looking at that. But the one problem is that, when you have that 2-mile radius, a lot of kids are, we're talking about attendance, we're talking about kids showing up. You can't ban the way kids come to school, right? If a kid doesn't have a bike now, and now they have an e-bike, and you're telling them they can't get to school now when there's a 2-mile radius and we have attendance issues, and give a kid an excuse not to come to school. Tell them they can't ride their bicycle to school, and then you'll even have less attendance. So I think it's very precarious. We're looking at what's happening in the law. it should really be led up in Tallahassee, and it should trickle down. I mean, because it's not guaranteed the kid's not going to get killed right after school. So I think it's a little bit of that, and really maybe doing some safety, some bike safety through the
Education.
homerooms, through things like that, educating families about the laws, talking about that. You know, we talk about NOPE and narcotics and stuff like that. This is a big prevalent issue that we need to kind of do some things about. Okay, so.
And real quick, Ms. Combs, just from a risk management standpoint, I think that we've done a good job of putting that perimeter around our school, meaning you're not writing them on school, you're not charging them at school. So I think the policy is well written to make sure that we've covered that aspect of it as well, because I do think that we've got to do education to push it from a legislative standpoint.
Yes.
But from a school district standpoint, I think you've done a good job of kind of putting a fence around your school, for lack of a better word, and making sure that they're safe when they're on campus.
But I agree, this is one step at a time, and really looking at that level 3, the ones that go like 22 miles to 40 miles an hour. You know, you see those. There's the ones that go really fast, and the high schools are able, the middle schools and high schools are able to identify those, you know, which ones they are. So, as I said, but banning them all out, you know, we're going to have a big attendance issue.
Not,
Acknowledgement, yes. Parents, yes, communication, yep. Yep, okay, you guys have two comments, and then I think it's 12 o'clock, we'll go to 12:30 and stop wherever we are, the policies.
the lunch
Does
is
that sound
here,
good?
so-
Lunch is here, or should we stop now?
so,
What should we do?
so,
Yeah, we'll stop for till 12:30.
So I would just say, I mean, so after our break, we have strategic plan, and we also have, absolutely. So that's what, if you guys, so if you want to take a break now, we can do strategic plan and our last
Affordable housing.
we can do, shouldn't take us, obviously, not nearly the amount of time this does. So if the board's comfortable with taking a break now, we can resume.
well, let's
Yes, ma'am.
finish this first.
This one, but we
Yeah,
still
let's
have-
finish
Just
this.
comment, and then we take a
So,
break.
I think,
Okay. Okay, Member Vaughn, you're next. You have 30 seconds, each of you.
Oh, I'm not doing 30 seconds after Lynn talked for a while. My question is, number one, with this policy right here, and it says the student has to have the helmet on them. There's no way that we can add anything about while they're riding it, they have to be wearing a helmet?
Well, there's a state law that requires children under 16 to have a helmet. This deals with when the vehicle's on our property.
Yeah.
So I don't know that
But
we
if
can
we
regulate.
see them riding up with holding their helmet and not on their head, is there anything in this policy that makes that?
No, I think that would
violation.
be almost impossible to enforce. I don't
Okay.
know that we'd have the authority to
Okay.
do that.
And just to clarify, the legislation did pass legislation about this and a committee to investigate it, which the governor vetoed.
Yes,
So we
exactly.
could put it on our
Vetoed.
legislative
Yes, it
platform,
was
but
vetoed.
I don't know how much that's going to do when they've already passed it unless we have a different governor. But I really appreciate us being responsive to this, and I do hope that we can be responsive as this goes on because I'm very concerned about this. Okay, that might have been over 30 seconds. Thank you. Bye.
That was 22 seconds. Okay, Lynn, you have 10 seconds.
Yes, so, real quick, 3 things. Van, I think this is, you're hearing from the board, perhaps during your back-to-school message, you can drop a little bit of a pretext. Secondly, I agree with Member Combs that the ban, because this is something that is, it's happening and then people are getting injured and hopefully not killed, but you know that's probably going to happen. And third, I agree with Member Rendon, the heck with the may, put the will there, because if we're going to do this, and I'm hearing from board members, let's go ahead and do it and ban the electronic bikes, et cetera. So that's my 2 cents. What?
I appreciate that feedback. So in our back-to-school message, all of our messaging will, with this new policy change, if it, moving forward, what we're discussing, we'll get all that educational material out.
Okay.
Yeah, we got obviously our first day of school with the sheriff. We'll put all that in
Sheriff
for our-
Chadkin.
Yep.
Yeah. And Anthony Collins.
I don't know.
Chief Collins, that'd be good for him.
On campus.
Okay, I hate those things. Okay, so we will now go ahead and take a quick lunch break, and
What time
then
do you want to come back?
we'll resume here. How about 12:45?
Okay.
Is that okay?
What time?
12:45?
Oh, that's plenty of time, yeah. Okay, restroom use.
You have lunch in the boardroom.
Oh, thanks. Well, I use caffeine. So we're
You're static in the Teams call. Test 1, 2. What? It's HCPS guest. Okay, can you? See, I can't hear myself up here. I should be able to because I'm talking to the Teams meeting. 1, 2, 1, 2. Correct. Again, I'd reboot the broadcast page at this point. Let's try that, a fresh start. I can hear you. Yes, my broadcast page are done.
All Downstairs. Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two.
One, two.
Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two. I'm got lower that.
Test one, two. I just tried to change the input on the Teams computer. One, two. One, two. See, nothing getting back to Teams. And I'm getting that. That makes sense.
One, two.
I have it on my computer, but it's still not up here. One, two. No. Ms. Perez, we're still working on the Teams problem. I still can't get the audio to come into the room. All right, guys, I think that I could hear up here. So that whatever that connection is what we need to add the Teams call to it. So what I could do is I could just leave my computer on, and if Ms. Perez wants to speak, they'll hear from my computer. No, we haven't gotten it. Ms. Perez joined again. Dad, can you talk into it? Yeah, can't be in the room. Yeah. Yes, I'm aware. So what you need to do is get out of that room so you can talk into it. I want to see if it's loud enough on my computer that they'll be able to hear her.
Okay, I'm in a different room now.
Say that again?
I'm in a different room now. So, shouldn't have any reverb.
No, I don't have any reverb, but it's okay. Let's get ready for the meeting.
All right, I'll be back up.
Pablo. Mr. Pablo.
Hey, Perez, can you please chat with me instead?
Yes, absolutely. But can you remember to let them know to say that I'm virtual? Because when you guys don't say that I'm virtual, the people are saying that I did not attend.
Yes, we will.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to continue the workshop right now. So we're going to go, we have 3 more policies to continue with, and let's hopefully we'll finish these in the next 15 or 20 minutes. First one is, just so we can finish it, so we can get to the last, the strategic part, as well as the affordable housing. So we'll be finished at 2 o'clock. So the new policies from Member Vaughn, it's the restroom use.
So this is, board members, this is another policy that's a new policy. Much like the scooter and electronic bike policy, there are procedures in place in our district and based on each individual school, but there's never been an overarching board policy on it. So what's being brought forward to you reflects a lot of what's already being done at individual schools, but it would be a new policy. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Farkas. Because you accused them before. Never mind. That joke did not land, so thank you, Mr. Porter. So this is another one that is a response to the feedback that I've gotten from majority, mostly of our students. My fellow board members, I'm sure you guys sit in those forums with us every single February where we have our high school forums. And I know, because you guys have said it when you've recapped, access to the restrooms is one of the biggest concerns that I hear from both our middle school students and our high school students. And even with my student advisory board, aside from college career counselors, that's the biggest one. When I go into and I do Great American Teach-In and we bring forward policies, it's always around the restroom. Students do not feel like they have appropriate access to our restrooms. Now, I also know that there's a lot that happens in the restrooms that's problematic, right? I mean, when it comes to like TikToks where kids were destroying our restrooms, I know another concern that they have is vaping, and that's a prime place for that to happen. I know we've been putting in the vape detectors. Hopefully that's going to help with it. But aside from just access to it, kids also report the fact that there's incentives for not going to the restroom. that there's some teachers that say they get a grade in their behavior if they don't use the restroom. They're discouraged to use the restroom. I had one parent who had a child who was diabetic and needed to go to the restroom after lunch and was coming back late, no more than 5 minutes after lunch, and was getting penalized. And so I think that, this is not what I wanted. I wanted something that spelled things out more, but the feedback that Mr. Grace provided and Mr. Porter provided was each school is so unique, it's hard to make a unified policy like that. Everyone is laid out differently. But, I need something that responds to 6 years of concerns from our students about accessing the restroom. So that's where this policy stemmed from, and I'm really anxious to hear what my fellow board members think and where we can take this. So thank you.
Okay, great. Board members will start. And just as a reminder, Member Perez has been online, and she continues to be online for this workshop. So Member Perez is online, so she has any comments. Anybody would like to make a comment or a question about the restrooms right now? Okay. Member Bray?
I just applaud when board members such as yourself, Vaughn, are so concerned and caring for the welfare and well-being of our students, because that's very important. You're student-centered. What happens, though, and I'll put on my teacher's hat, when you start adding, I think we talked about this, when we add more, in terms of adding more, it would be the teachers, not necessarily the principals, but the teachers are already being tasked with so many different situations. When you do bathrooms, you got to consider portables. Now, some are self-contained, some are not. Then you got to consider the actual age of the school building. Some are very old with bathrooms or Memorial is not. You can tell me, Shakira. They're not right where they need to be. So there is concern about the staffing of monitoring the restrooms already. Yes, you're right. The vaping, and we're going to put the vape detectors in middle schools as well. But vaping is happening, without a doubt. But what happens is the staff, just like the X-ray metal detectors, it requires more work from the staff and from the teachers. And I don't know what type of work we can get more of for them to monitor those passes, the tracking log, and what happens to teachers that perhaps don't do the tracking log. Will that be an evaluation type clause? And one question I had, and this is line 3940, where it says on 39, only one student per class may be excused to use the restroom at a time. And I think that's a great idea. But how will we monitor it? And if that's not done, what discipline repercussions if a few of them go at one time? I don't know. I do know that happens. And the other one I have is on line 40. So this question here, past data, it says past data, and I presume that must be the, like a regular pass, shall be used to identify and address misuse or support needs. So I don't know if, how do we address students who misuse this pass, and what do you mean by support needs? And this is line 40.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Okay, so this was not the policy I wanted.
Okay.
This was written, Mr. Grace contributed a lot to this, right? Dr. Grace, you contributed a lot to this?
Dr. Grace.
Perhaps
the
you mean with some
The
feedback.
policy was drafted based on what Dr. Grays had sent me that's sort of in place now in middle school. So it's very broad language.
What I wanted originally and was told that we can't have is some sort of depending on grade band, they'll have access to this many bathrooms at a given hour. That's what I want, because I have kids, like my own son barely makes it to class in time because there's so many closed bathrooms on the way that he goes
Yes.
from one class to another.
That's a
The
problem.
only open bathroom is like, very far away from him. The amount of time it takes, and sometimes he doesn't use the restroom because he's going to be late for class. So he's sitting there the entire class period because there's not enough access. My concern is around having a number of accessible bathrooms that kids can go to in between passing and also not feel like they're penalized if they have to go during class time. All this other stuff, I think, came from a policy that I had tried to work with Mr. Grays on previous to bringing forward a board policy that was just going to be an internal policy. So I did not write any of this language, and when I first started the policy, I said it doesn't really address what I wanted to, but that's because I was told that each school is so unique, we couldn't have a standardized policy that would say 12th graders can have access to 2 bathrooms within a 5-minute walk. That I want something that's more standard so they have access to the restroom. That was my goal of this
And
policy.
it's interesting because you are very student-centered, yet on line 47, I'll blame it on Dr. Grays, it says students with anxiety or sensory sensitivities may use alternative restrooms. So now we're discriminating or putting these folks that have mental problems, we're highlighting them, and then you're going to go ahead and have bullying because, he's got an anxiety attack or whatever. So there seems to be problematic because you're calling out certain students of mental conditions, which is none of anyone's darn business. But at any rate, it makes it happen because it's. So, Dr. Grays, what's going on here?
So we have a principal here, too. So,
Yeah, and just to speak, I cannot tell you exactly
I think Mr.
what was
that would be
included.
addressed to Mr.
What we originally talked about is there were some procedures that we landed on just to, so I shared procedures for elementary, middle, and high school that were recommended. Instead of going to the next step of a policy, we just wanted to share some consistent procedures that we recommended for elementary, middle, and high school students. And so that's where we started. There's some language that I'm not quite sure where it may have come from, but I didn't necessarily include that.
Okay. Okay.
So the way it works, Ms. Vaughn wanted a policy. I reached out to staff and was provided with procedures and tried to turn into a policy that would address the concerns being made. That's why we're having a workshop, and we can talk
we
through
decided we
with
would
the
workshop
individual
it.
issues. But I have to rely on staff for the data and for the information, and that's the work product can only be as good as the data that I'm provided. And so that's what you have in front of you, was an attempt to create a policy based on what I've been provided by what's happening in the district already. If this doesn't address your overall concern, then we can go back to the drawing board. But again, I'm going to have to rely on staff to tell me whether we can create a matrix based on how many bathrooms are in each school, what the location is. They're very different. So, and then I think it's a good conversation, but you need to be having that with your staff.
So I would love to hear from other board members.
Okay, yep, and then, I'd love to hear from also the principals, too. Yeah, okay, well, why don't we do Patty, and then we'll go to okay, go ahead and share it, Ms. Mitchell.
Push. Okay. So just looking at the policy, I would encourage us to dig a little deeper with students, because when I have a student advisory board, and I know that many principals do that on their own, they talk about the usage of the restroom like cleanliness, which is often, like, our custodians work so hard and we work with the staff that we have. And one of the things that we often say going to being in a district, that the safest place for kids to be is in the classroom. But I could tell you, as a principal, I tell kids, no one will stop you from going to the restroom. Walk out. We'll deal with it later. We will figure it out. Walk out if you need to. And they go. But when I dig deeper, it's not necessarily, when I've spoken to kids, it's not necessarily about the restrooms. It's the one that they want to use. So I would just encourage us to survey maybe more children to see, because I can assure you that no principal or teacher would want to put themselves on the line. Not saying that that doesn't happen. We have a lot of substitutes in classes. So there's just a lot that goes into that. When I looked at the past situation, and I know, like, we're trying to create something, I love that Member Gray talked about the fact that we put a lot on teachers and nurses and staff, and we don't have staff dedicated just to these restrooms. I think we need to think thoroughly about what that really looks like in a school and who can handle that capacity. So I know it's encouraged me to maybe survey my kids more to see, and what I hear is the restroom that they want to use. You find them going further away from class because that's not the one that they want to use many times. So I don't know. I would like to survey more, but I think that a lot of this stuff is already in place. People teaching, expectations, signage, and all of that is there. So I do agree that it would be really hard. Like, my school is over 100 years old, and so we don't have that many restrooms. So I can appreciate wanting to lay out a number. I think it would become very problematic with the age of the different schools and the size and the capacity to which we have to lay out a uniform policy in that capacity.
Did you want me to respond to that? Patty said she wanted me to respond.
Yeah, you
to
can
it.
respond, and then Patty has a comment,
Okay.
then I'll have a comment. And Mr. Washington, did you want to get on that?
First of all, I appreciate your feedback and being here. Although I would like to say we've never had on policies like this principals come and speak like I saw previously on that one. I'm not used to that. So if we are going to have someone, I would love to know beforehand and kind of get an idea of what that looks like, because like this is all complete new information that I wasn't expecting to have talked about during this workshop. And I'm not like, how was it set up, and when were principals invited to give feedback?
Sure. So, I mean, you go ahead, Ms. Davison.
We had done a workshop prep even internally with our attorneys and Dr. Whalen and myself, and we met with most of each of the staff members and wanted to be sure, I know especially from our attorneys, we wanted to be certain that people were here to answer questions on each policy.
So when I do
we-
my review, if we're going to have people present,
Yes.
I'd like to know about that.
Okay.
So I have that feedback.
Got it.
That's why we do a review,
Yep.
so I can be prepared for this, because this throws, we could talk about this for hours.
Got it.
But I do appreciate
Yes.
you being here, and you know I love you.
Okay, thank you.
So the other piece is, again, I'm sure there are some kids that have preferences, and it's not even about staffing the restrooms, but from what I'm being told, like if there's a school and there's 5 restrooms, 3 of them could be closed, period. And the kids don't have access to that. So I'm not saying we have to open those and add staff. So that I'm not asking for staff to be taxed. Now, if that's an unextended consequence and we have to look at that realistically, I hear it from that perspective. What I'm saying is just if we have 5 bathrooms, that there's more than one that's open, because if kids don't have a preference, if there's one that's going to cause you to be late because you're walking 5 minutes away and there's not one accessible, that's a problem. It's a problem on all levels. And, when we're talking about kids with anxiety or sensory issues, I don't think it's mental kids that have mental problems that we're giving preferential treatment to. I mean, again, if it's the anxiety associated with you have a diabetic spike after you eat lunch, that should be a consideration brought into their 504s or their IEPs or anything, and that just makes allowances for it. So to pick out one piece of a policy that talks about kids who might have anxiety or special needs and making sure that we honor their 504 or IEPs in this policy, to me, is not a problematic piece of it. But, again, what Mr. Porter and I had decided was this was just rough to talk about the issues our students have continued to bring forward, and as a board, find a solution to address that, because it's been years of the same complaint. So I appreciate your feedback, but I'm really interested to hear all my other fellow board members, because I know students have talked to you about this as well. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you're 100% correct, Member Vaughn. Restrooms have become an extremely big issue within the district regarding our students. And I think there's various viewpoints. I think we are understaffed during passing periods for middle school and high school. I think we are unable to properly support and so forth. I think that there are things that go on in some of the restrooms that our students are saying, I can't use the restroom, and there's a reason. It's not a matter that they don't have access, but they don't feel like they have access because other things are going on in there. I applaud the district for looking at our vape detectors. I applaud the district, but I think that I would love to have a policy as we start where we do the first paragraph, bring up 46 and 47 to bring that up, to the first paragraph if you want to do a policy. And then I feel like there needs to be a larger work group to come up with a larger policy. Because I think superintendent, this is going to be as your staff, because as you're looking at class size and we look at units in a school, which I absolutely hate that word, but staffing a school, if I'm in a middle school, I have 2 APs in a large middle school and 1 principal. They can't possibly be staffing 9 bathroom sites, and that's a minimum of 9 bathroom sites. And so consequently, that's where part of the issue comes in. And then during the periods where kids are in class and a student leaves to go to that in a middle school or high school, I can't guarantee there's someone in those hallways because they're working. And so a student is going to the restroom without supervision. And unfortunately, the logs are just going to take away one more thing that they're going to be doing the other part of their job. So I don't want to nitpick this because I think you're right. It's not exactly what we're looking for. But I think that I look at this as a highlight to something that this district needs to prioritize moving forward, that we're going to prioritize student access to restrooms. And whether that's adding in the vape detectors, whether that's looking at the staffing we're doing in schools, what we're going to ask of principals of how they're going to make sure that's accessible, that's kind of something I don't feel it's our obligation, but it's your responsibility. So I don't feel like, but I feel like the board wants to have some knowledge of what's being worked on to solve the issues of the student. I think,
I think that's a good way to describe it.
okay, so I feel like I, as a board member, would like to know, moving forward, I'm not asking you to put you on the line right now, but as we move forward and make this a priority, I think, thankfully, we're doing the vape detectors in high schools, we're moving into middle schools, but still, those vape detectors still have to have a response.
Right.
So it's still asking for staff.
Yep.
And so, and it's not just vape detectors. We have people that have been inappropriately using a restroom. They leave the restroom very dirty in some occasions. Correct. So whatever that looks like, but as a board member, I would just like to be informed of how we're solving this problem, because I think this is an issue that we have not properly addressed. Does that sound better?
I agree, and I appreciate your, I appreciate your feedback. I think there's some to having a policy behind it I'm good with that. I do think that, this is this restroom use we've been talking about for 20 years, 30 years. I mean, this is not something that was new last year. It's been going on for a number of years. So I think having something at least behind it, but know that our schools every day, I mean, I hear the same, I mean, I hear it as well. Bathrooms are locked. We can't go use the restroom. We'll be late to class. Those same things I've heard over the last 10 years, as I mentioned. So this is not something that's new. I do think having some type of policy that shows at least the board is cognizant of that, and that then up to staff then at that point to ensure that we have, that Dr. Graves and his team, ensure that, restrooms are accessible during the school day, because all of our principals know it's important, right? They all know it's important. I think there's a lot of issues that come with that, but this is not a new issue. But I'm okay with a policy that gives us some guidelines that we're at least cognizant of having student access to restrooms, and then we'll work behind the scenes to ensure procedures, and we communicate with our leaders.
So can I just say I'll remove this and rework it?
Well, I think you have two options. I mean, I think you could remove it and rework it if the board was interested in doing a policy to sort of give staff a little prod to do this. And as you said, they've been dealing with for 20 years with no action or no action to satisfy the board. You could keep the opening statement, which is a very, very broad statement. It says all students, I mean, if you want to do that, and I would suggest only doing that at this
Can
point.
we bring up the part about, like, when we talk about 46 and 47,
Sure.
acknowledging students that have special accommodations?
Sure.
Make sure we include that in the paragraph so that we recognize that there are students that may have different needs.
Yeah.
So that we know that's a priority for all students.
Yeah, if the board's comfortable with that, or you could withdraw it. You're the author of it, so. Okay.
Board members are in the queue, so I'll listen what they say.
Member Washington?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Majority of the schools I've been to, which is quite a few of them, they have had, during the passing period, all restrooms are open when students are passing, going to class. And after class begins, then they close restrooms down, because we found out the majority of disruption and graffiti were doing when was doing when they did not have passing time. When kids would leave class to go to the restroom, they would graffiti right all over the wall, throw rolls of toilet tissue down in the commodes. So the majority of the schools now, I mean, I've been to, during passing period, the restrooms are open. Because more students are out in the hallway. And then they closed up certain restrooms after the bell has rung to be in class. Well, and that helped out a great deal too. But then you got to also remember too, when they were closed up, when we closed down restrooms, we had a restroom in the hallway, so it was quite different now because schools are built quite differently now than they were before. So it's all spread it out. So the staff at the school responsibilities would be to find out what's the best way to do it at that school.
And thank you, Mr. Washington, for saying that, because that's what makes this restroom policy tricky, is that every single building, just like this year mentioned, every one of our buildings is different in the way they're constructed. Some are, older than others. Some have many restrooms. Some may not have as many as others, and you close down a few, and then all of a sudden, we start to hear the complaints. But no, regardless of what happens today, my staff, our principals are going to continue to work to ensure that our students have access to restrooms during the day. Rest assured, no matter what happens today, it'll be we've heard loud and clear, and we'll ensure that we communicate that to our leaders, which I feel they're doing anyway. I think. But we can ensure that we'll continue to work regardless of what happens here today. We all want the same thing. We all want the same thing.
And thank you, Mr. Hall, for bringing
Yeah.
that up too.
Okay, thank you. And just one more comment, and then we'll move on to the next one. I agree with you. I mean, since I've been here for 6 years, this is always a constant problem, especially if you walk around the high schools and middle schools. But I also think that, after talking to students, I didn't realize how many issues are happening in the bathrooms. Like a couple kids told me just about 6 months ago how they were real organized fights then, and then how they were videotaping those organized fights in schools, and I was like, wow. And they were like, every hour it would be organized in the bathroom to have it, kind of almost like a UFC type of thing, and I had no idea those things were going on. So I think some of the things that really is like what we always talk about is being proactive. I think making sure at those high schools that every one of those bathrooms, that we have those cameras that are available, that we're not waiting in those middle schools and those high schools. I don't think the bathrooms are a problem in elementary school besides, elementary school issue bathroom things, right? But the middle school and high schools, I think, is where the bathrooms are closed off. And also with the new Centegis, the new program that's supposed to monitor, right? Is that going to monitor the bathrooms too when kids are going and we're able to see what time they're clocked into going to the bathroom? Is that something that we've talked about?
That's a possibility, yes.
Yes. So that's a possibility where you could actually be able to document, okay, 12:36, my bathroom got flooded out. At 12:36, these 12 kids were using the bathroom at that time. So I think we just have to become a lot more strategic and be ahead of the kids on the issues that they're doing, like making sure that we're putting the vape detectors there, making sure that they think that there's cameras there constantly, even if there's not cameras, that they're told that there's cameras and that we're monitoring where they go and who's coming. I think giving that kind of information kind of, stops the problem, and at the same time, still bringing the policy forward. But without the rules, then it's just a policy and it's not doing anything. We actually have to change some of the things to change the students' behavior, and that means having cameras, also monitoring when they come in and out, also, consequences for whatever they're doing, and then monitoring how many times they go. Yep.
So I was going to say that the halos that we have in high schools already, and you'll see a board item here, next board meeting or the one after, that's going to be for middle schools, to add those to all middle schools. Have the ability to talk about code words. They can tell how many kids are in there and let you know. Also with Centegix, they bought Pick My Kid.
Yes.
And so Pick My Kid actually is able to have hall passes in addition to reunification, things like that. I would say that was probably a little bit further out because we still have to get them used to that, get the school sites to it, but that has that ability to do hall passes. There's tons of software and programs right now that does hall passes and gets that information. Because to your point, I think you need to be able to track that data and see where the problems are in bathrooms. But I think that the Halo sensors are a good first step because they actually do loud noises, number of people that are in there, all those kind of things. You kind of get them do. They have an AI component that helps us with that. So definitely something we have.
I think if the students know that we're on to them and they're going to get caught, and when they're monitoring when they're coming in, when they're going out, that there's going to be consequences, I think that's the best way to really deal with that. Okay, 2 more comments, and then we'll move forward.
So,
Member Gray, I mean.
yeah, in the spirit of gaining more data, I think a suggestion, if, Member Vaughn, if you're open to it, we have SIT teams in every school. And if you do a grade level SIT observation, in other words, have their feedback, have a middle school SIT and a high school SIT, have these groups share the commonality that they face in their grade level. And then if we do, Rick, to your point, to everyone's point, there's such a different situation on each grade level alone, every school. If you got that data alone, plus the vaping data, then maybe a policy would have, policy would reflect the reality of what's going on in a school, or most of the schools. There is a need for a policy, and I'm fine with whatever you guys agree with in terms of putting the first paragraph. But I think if you want a realistic policy, at least head towards that goal, then I think the SIT teams would be one of the conduits to have information from. And you know what, your student advisory, they are able to talk to the SIT teams too. So, you know, getting that information, Member Vaughn, would be very helpful, I think. I don't know what you feel about, how you feel about that, but that's an eye-opener in itself, what they feel would be best in their, you know, their grade level. That's my only suggestion on that one.
Okay, Member Vaughn, I'll let you finish off, and then we'll go on to the next policy.
Thank you. Interesting suggestions. I certainly will get feedback in different ways and make sure that I'm engaging school staff to get the feedback from their perspective as well. But I would like to start with suggesting then bringing the first paragraph 4 through 9 and then 46 through 53 as the beginning of a bathroom policy that does just say that we are dedicated to making sure that restrooms are accessible. Once I get more feedback and talk with staff more, if there's more adjustments I want to do to flesh out the policy in the next policy cycle, then I can bring those changes forward and we can talk about each one at a time. But it gives us a place to start with, and then I can have those conversations if the board's amenable to that.
I think the board seems in consensus
Okay.
with us.
Great.
Okay, sounds
Thank
great.
you.
Okay,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay.
So the next policy. The next policy is also a new policy. This is brought by Member Combs. It's student screen time and balanced technology use. Member Combs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Porter. I know we've been talking about this as a board for many years. We've been talking about screen time, kids having screen time. We've been talking about different online products and everything like that. So I think it's probably about a year ago or so, I started talking about Sweden and Asia and other parts of the world that are really limiting screen time as far as using it, as far as an effective technology used in the classroom. So, you know, that idea of going back almost to like paper and pencil and using technology, but using it when it's focused on learning, not just the time. And then as we were going through schools and going by and doing observing schools, that we've noticed sometimes younger kids do have a difficult time focusing, staying on task, and maybe that whole group or individual group instruction would do better. So that's one of the reasons. And Mr. Brady, I brought the screen time policy, and you know, we talked about it. We've talked about it for a long time. And then I know that LA and some other places were doing that, but this is a little bit different. It's just that guidance. And so when I brought the policy, then you and I worked together through it to make sure that it was in alliance with your screen time guidance that we've been talking about, so that it would align clearly.
Yeah, and Member Combs, I appreciate, I know you've been working with Mr. Brady, Ms. Bergman, you know, over the last year in implementation of our screen time for K2, and I appreciate your leadership in that and kind of getting us moving forward with that. We just put out, we've got some media attention over the last week or so around K2 screen time and in that piece. So thank you for bringing this policy forward and working with the team, and I know they've hit the ground running. Mr. Brady, I don't want to get it.
No, and I want to thank you again for bringing this forward. I think it acknowledges the benefits of technology, but also emphasizes the need for balance. And then you mentioned, and I think it'll have a positive impact on our students, especially our youngest learners. But Mr. Porter mentioned a couple times about you want a policy broad enough to where the implementation can be kind of driven by the guidance document. And this policy even mentions that the superintendent will create those, the implementation guide, which, we met one-on-one with board members, and that's this instructional screen time guidance document. But I think the policy as it was rewritten is a nod to our emerging technologies policy, where it's really guiding principles as opposed to specifics in the policy, and then the specifics kind of land in the guidance document.
So, yeah, board members, you're looking at version 2 that Mr. Brady passed out to you. That's the version you're reacting to today.
Okay. And thank you, and board members, I look forward to hearing about that, as I said. And then just making sure that, as a board, we don't want to ever micromanage. We want to work right alongside with the academic service team. So as we've talked about it, working alongside and also making sure that it's consistent with that guidance. So that way parents are familiar and it's consistent with the district and then consistent with the schools. So board member, any comments? Okay, Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate this coming forward. I think it's critically important for our success as we move forward. We all recognize that screen time, even for ourselves, we see a decline in our eyesight. We see it's hindering completely to all of us. So especially with our developmental students and those students that are really developing their educational skills. So the only comment I had was on line 31, where it says resources utilized within the district. I kind of suggest that we put approved for use. So resources approved for use instead of utilized, just so that we identify that things that we've already approved.
Instructional resources, what?
It says, and digital instructional resources approved for use within the district instead of utilized.
Okay.
That was my only suggestion, only because there could be things that are approved that are not, just to make sure it's an approved device.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Gray?
And thank you, Member Combs. And as Porter knows, I put in a screen time policy also months ago, and we were going to bring it forward, but I chose, Mr. Brady, to allow those 900 teachers who were trained in AI 3 weeks ago, perhaps 4 weeks ago. I wanted to give a leverage of time. I wanted to have the policy put forth for the next cycle because I felt like we invested a magnitude of money and human resources to have AI, screen time, Magic School training, and now we are having the policy. So, but one of the things that stopped me, Member Combs, is yesterday, Mr. Brady said this is just through K through 2, which I said fine because I agree. But if we're going throughout all the grade levels, then all those teaching moments, that valuable amount of time, to me, they won't even be able to have a comfort level because they'll be restricted. So I don't know whether you can limit screen time, yet put on a mammoth institute saying we need the screen time for AI. I just wish, if it's K through 2, I'm fine, because that makes all the sense in the world. But if we're going to go ahead and execute throughout the grade levels, that doesn't make much sense to me. And that's my only feedback. So K through 2 is what I have.
And then I'll let her. Yeah, these are two totally completely things. When you're talking about AI, that's a teacher using AI to implement the lesson. This is more the kids are on top in front of iReady instead of doing the whole group instruction. So the teacher can be using Magic School AI to come up with that lesson for that whole group instruction. This is totally different. This is about screen time where the kids are on screens.
Right.
Instead of Magic School is the teachers preparing the lessons. This is the students in front of the computer. Has nothing.
But the
one doesn't have
lessons
to do
are
together.
on the computer
No,
as well.
no, they're completely different.
But I see. I went through the
So,
institute.
yeah, well, right.
How
So
is that?
I think
It's totally different.
when we, edited the policy, originally it had more specifications around individual grade levels, which we felt, again, should be more broad. So on the policy number 2 that you're looking at, we're talking about across all grade levels, purposeful, responsible, ethical, age-appropriate, and transparent. In other words, guiding principles to lead our screen time. However, when you get to the document, it's very clearly focused on K2. Now, Member Gray, it's a good point. When we do look to move AI to a student-facing platform,
Which we
number
are.
one, within it, yes, and within our emerging technologies policy and within our AI implementation guide, there's already an indication that that will not be at the primary or intermediate grade levels. It will only be really at the age of consent for internet use, which is 13 and above. So it will start at the high school level. So there's still room for that to happen within this policy, I think, and within the instructional guidance document.
Yeah, but, well, please clarify, because the board members are saying that there's no screen time attached to the AI Magic School, but there is, and it will be.
For the teachers,
Yeah,
not the
It's
students.
for the teachers, but the students actually they interact on the screen with AI.
Right. At this time, AI
start.
is not student-facing.
But
That's
it
something
is
that
going to be.
that would be the next step. However, I don't think that this policy would infringe upon that, because it does really specifically talk about age-appropriate, developmentally appropriate, those types of terms that I think are broad enough to where we can, within the instructional guide, talk about which grade levels are using what. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. So, okay. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think what the clarification we need is, you say it's going to be student-facing. The board, from what our understanding is, we would have to approve that. So that's the first question. For that, what we approve to go student-facing, would that require board approval first?
I'll answer that. When it goes student-facing, we will bring it to you to approve it.
So it has not been approved at this point.
We approved, yeah, I think it was
Now,
said at the
that's
board
your
meeting.
intention, but if that's not what the board wants, then it's not going to be student-facing. Is that correct?
No, so our intention is not our intention is to, like, we have an AI implementation guide, and we have a governance committee that meets monthly to determine, I mean, we have been very, very cautious with it. There's other districts that are doing it. We have no intent at this point. However, we do know that student-facing is an opportunity, and so we'll continue to weigh out those
That's not my
options.
question. My
Yeah.
question is, will you implement student-facing without getting board approval?
Absolutely not. And
That's my
if I've
question.
taken back, we
So
are
you
able.
can't say that's our intention yet,
Well,
because the board has not approved
We
that.
will
It's
bring
our
that-
intention to look at the use of, for students, yes.
Correct. And so let me say it again. So when that board item was approved, and I think that was, the Magic School item was through how many months ago?
February.
In February, I remember the conversation coming up around teacher-facing versus student-facing, and it came up, and I don't remember exactly, we have to go back and look at it, but I'm saying for the record here, when we move to student-facing for AI Magic School, we will bring that to the board to let you know of the next implementation, if you all approve that or not.
Okay, I just
Done.
want to clarify that, because that's where we were under the impression of, so I want to make sure that's on record. I agree with Member Gray in a way that I feel like, especially as we were navigating COVID and using our ESSER funds, all the focus was on expanding technology, sitting kids in front of his computers as much as possible, supplementing every staff member we didn't have with a computer program, whether it was world languages, whether it was remedial support, and now we're completely halting and shifting gears. And to me, ESSER money that we spent going one-to-one, a lot of the money that we spent is now not going to have a payoff. And to me, that's extremely frustrating. However, it doesn't stop me from agreeing with my fellow board members that the amount of time that kids sit on a screen is problematic, developmentally an issue, and that as a school district, what we should be doing is making sure that we're looking at as much engaging ways as we can, and that we've used it for the fact that a lot of our teachers are new, to supplement the experience and the training that they would need to make sure that they're creating engaging lessons. And I think that this is a step in the right direction. But I do think that there is going to be a challenge to shift from a couple years ago being like, all we care about is technology, all of our resources are going towards technology, everything is moving to technology, to completely doing a 180 and then being like, oh, K through 2 isn't going to be allowed any screen time or technology. And so I think that is some things you're going to see with maybe some heartburn with the board members and probably people in our schools, where it's confusing messaging coming from the district. So I do agree in that point, but I think that this policy is needed. I think it's a good start. I appreciate if you were the catalyst for this, bringing this forward. I think that from my concern from especially parents K through 2, they have addressed concerns about screen time. They all manage it at home and are kind of fighting the beast to keep their kids off the screen. And then when they go to school and all we do is sit them on a screen, it causes a lot of frustration. So I appreciate this. I think this is a good start, and I'm definitely going to support this.
Thank you, Member Ron.
I agree actually with everyone who's spoken today. Everyone has some really great points. And to your point, since 2015, if you're a teacher that started after 2015, you know nothing but ed tech. If you're a teacher that started after 2020, you know nothing but one-to-one devices. So absolutely, this is going to be a different approach for those teachers. So I think also when we're looking at screen time, it is going to be a shift for our teachers. And so I think, yeah. I agree, and I think also, what this is a nod to is that the research is coming in so quickly now that absolutely we need to adhere to the principles of, are we using it responsibly? Are we using it age appropriate? Are we using it for the correct amount of time? Because you'll read one thing that says this, one thing that says that. So I think this is bringing the focus to it and allowing us to kind of implement through the guide. Tracy, if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, I think too, also, we bring items to you, we take items off and things like that to sort of name out specific programs within the policy, but also outdate the policy very quickly, and we find ourselves here a lot. I think also, what we tried to do when we took a look at this is really address the big rocks that we're trying to kind of access when we think about screen time and our rationale for decreasing it. We are doing the 180. I would agree with you 100% when you think about the ESSER funds and some of those. But also as we've gone through classrooms and as we've sought out teacher feedback in different ways through some of the groups that our executive director, Sarah Garcia, held, we also learned like they were just doing what they thought they were supposed to be doing with the resources they have. And so that's of no fault to any teacher or of no practice. So like anything, it also comes to just talking through, well, let's take a look at the data and let's show what we have. And right now, we do have improvement can be made in our K2. We've made some, but we have a long way to go to where we want to be. And so I think with this policy and with the plans that we have for the support in terms of our teachers and professional study day is kind of just the kickoff for it. We'll be in a good place to really launch some active learning in our K2 and focus on language, literacy, speaking, listening, et cetera, and start to see that. But I think our teachers see it too. They just don't know what they don't know because this is all they've known.
No, and I think it also emphasizes, again, the most valuable asset to our children, the most important tool we have is our teachers. And it emphasizes that again. The teachers are the most important for our students' education. Sarah,
And Member Perez wanted for me to read something. She said, Member Perez supports this policy, and she said, many of our children don't know how to hold a pencil any longer. I'm supporting this as well. Pencil to paper needs to be increased in the classroom. And I will have to say that Ms. Garcia, your entire team, when we've talked about it, you've done so many things about preparing, you and Tracy, about whole group instruction, how to teach, how to kids, because like you said, there are teachers who are 10 years in the classroom who've always been able to use iReady and things like that. So changing that type of whole group instruction and giving the teachers the tools, all of your team working together and working through that. I think there's going to be some people who are nervous, but I think long-term people are going to do what's best for kids, and we know that this is what's best for children, especially younger children. So thank you. So we'll if anybody else has any more comments, Ms.
No,
Gray,
I
and
think
then,
Sarah did
yes,
want to
Ms. Garcia,
mention.
you want to say something?
I just
yeah,
wanted to clarify that we're going low tech, not
Yes,
no tech.
that's
so we're
right.
using the term low tech. It's not removing all technology from
That's
the
right, 'cause
classroom.
they still have to
because
take a test on it.
Ultimately, students are still assessed on a digital
That's right,
platform and
that's
do
right.
need to practice digital reading skills.
right.
So we do have a short list of
Yes.
approved and recommended technology for our K2 students. And Mayan is a great example. Students
Yes.
need to primarily read in print, but sometimes they need to experience that digital learning platform as well. So there will still be technology in our classrooms. There will still be testing taken on technology in both School City and the state platform. So we still need technology education. Technology education is teaching kids how to use a mouse, a keyboard, Microsoft Word. That's different than ed tech. Educational technology is more of the platforms like iReady and Legends of Learning and the things that we have been relying too heavily on to teach our students instead of taking that instruction back to our teachers. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, thank you. Okay, good. Good to go. Last one. Or remember, Ray, did you want to say one more thing, or before we move on to the last one?
So, real quick, first of all, when you look at the words in this policy, which says limited balance, those are all great, gentle ways of introducing where we're going to go. But do not ever say, and this is for the record, don't ever say to me that when we invested in Magic School and we invested for $900, and I went to that institute, I don't know whether you all did, that we're not going to have teachers give lessons via on the screen, because that is the investment we made, and it manifests itself to screen time for kids to learn. So I don't want this to be, no screen time, because that's not true. We are invested monetarily as a school board in a huge amount of money for Magic School, and I don't know how much we paid for that institute, but you are going to have, and I don't, modifying screen, low tech, but we are going to grow with screen time. So I don't want any communication from my end, because that's a fallacy.
Okay, yep, thank you.
That's it.
And I think, as I said, when we're talking about tech, we're talking about the teachers. Right now, it's teacher-driven. AI, Magic School is teacher-driven. They do have bots, but it is closed down right now from Tallahassee and onwards, and nobody's really using it for students. So we're talking about low tech. I just want to clarify, because it's two completely different subjects. Okay, thank you. And now we'll go on. We're talking about electronics. Let's just keep on talking about electronic signatures.
Let's keep us wired. Well, you didn't get to talk much. That's yeah.
Okay, so our last and final policy, it's a new proposed policy from the team here, electronic records and electronic signatures. And Chief Technology Officer Geddes, I'll turn over to you.
So I'll lead this off, last but not least, right? So we brought this forward because this policy is set to establish a structure for the use of electronic records and electronic signatures, ensuring they carry the same standing as paper documents and handwritten signatures. It's being brought forward to address a growing operational need, initially driven by Medicaid. And Ms. Shotwell brought that to us. That kind of spurred this into that, and then we're expanding it further to make it sure that it captures all operations we need, across the district. The district must be able to complete secure and timely verifiable electronic transactions for Medicaid. That's really what spurred this. But at the same time, the school district is expanding the use of digital business processes. We talked about electronic forms earlier, the digital first aid packet, things like that. So this is meant to be flexible and broad enough to capture all the things that we need to do moving forward, especially as things are continuing to become more digital. So we brought this policy forward to establish one, to meet the Medicaid, and then to kind of make sure that we're covered operationally district-wide.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Geddes. Board members, anybody have a comment? Member Vaughn?
Thank you, and thank you for the time that we went through this policy. I still maintain that 26 through 28, where you give the definition of attribution and isn't introduced anywhere else in the policy, should either be removed, or I know that you said that you thought it was applicable to one piece, even though they didn't use that word, should be used closer to that, because to me that's just a confusing line in the middle of the policy. 26 to 28.
Oh, I see.
Yes, ma'am. So as I looked at that, went back through looking at line 54, we had unique to the individual. I would probably recommend a change to attributable and unique to the individual. If we don't agree with that, I'm fine with striking out that definition at the beginning.
Clarify.
So line 54, it currently reads unique to the individual. I would say maybe make it attributable and unique to the individual. But if we don't feel that definition
And that's
is
fine.
needed.
I mean, if you want to bring that word in there, but I still think if that's the case, if that's where you're using it, you should move that definition to between 51 and 52. Like, I think you should keep definitions close to the word that you're defining instead of defining them 6 paragraphs beforehand, and then having somebody, if they want to look up the meaning of that word, go back to the definition of it.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm just saying, I think typically when you look at like any kind of manual, whatever, you have a section of definitions. And I think that's kind of how it's like laid out.
I mean, possibly, but I think that those are usually defined, and I'm just thinking of like all of our families and keeping it as simple as possible and not making it electronic manual, which aren't the most simple to navigate. So I just, again, I'm hoping any definitions that we're defining would go close to where we're using them, because when we first went through this policy and I read that was completely confusing to me. So that's just my feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Yeah, just one question, and thank you, Mr. Geddes, for bringing this forth, and kind of have to have it. Can you explain and give an example of when you say we're keeping this very flexible? Because you're taking a concrete subject and making it, a little bit more, let's just say, flexible.
So we're going more for the rules of the road, not a mandate. So it allows us to use the electronic signatures in applications we already have without mandating specific technology for those electronic signatures. So Focus has the ability to take in electronic signatures, acknowledgement, DocuSign, things of that nature. So we're not prescribing a specific technology to do it. We're just saying that we are allowing the district to use those as a verifiable means.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for that policy, so we're going to move forward with that. Now we are going to move on to the strategic plan.
Pretty good. We got it all done. We don't usually get it all done. Oh, I got a superintendent's message here. Woo.
Do you want me to, are we going right now? Member Combs?
Okay,
Ready to
I
go?
think we should just go ahead and go. I think everybody's reviewed it, right? I mean, are you going to go through it?
Yeah, I'll turn over to Mr. Murillo just to kind of summarize how we've gotten to this point, and particularly part of the product that we've had involvement from the board at the beginning, how cabinet's working it. So, Mr. Murillo, I'll leave that up to you to describe what's happened and where we are today.
So first of all, thank you for having me and understanding the priority urgency of the strategic plan. As you know, it serves as the roadmap for continuous improvement and guiding our work. We actually concluded this work, not concluded, but actually the draft that you have reviewed in two ways, right? First, your commitment and leadership around what we worked on 2 days on the retreat with the board around the core values. And actually on the second day after developing those core values, the draft, we reviewed them, and then the mission and the vision was actually built as that foundation for the strategic plan. And then we got together with the superintendent, the cabinet, and then developed the priorities, the aims, the goals, the KPIs, so we continue to move forward, and that's what you have on the draft of the strategic plan. As the first 2 days with the board and the retreat, those core values, and I want to share because they actually, after all that work, it's going to. Actually, I'm just providing a summary of the draft. But if you have any specifics, I can actually go back to it. Yes, it's just summarizing, moving. Okay, let me know. So mainly it's the core values that the board came up with. The proposed are the student growth and academic achievements, safety and well-being, collaboration, accountability, and leadership, and which is going to guide a lot of, mainly all the decisions that we do in this district. Then you came up with the vision, right? And it needs to be heard because it's our guide and it's something that needs to be consistently messaged out there as a district's vision. And it's together we strive to instill lifelong learning and success through our shared dedication to fostering each student's full potential. And our mission is to cultivate an education environment that prioritizes accountability and support among all stakeholders, promotes growth and well-being for every individual within a safe, collaborative community, and fosters lifelong learning and excellence. So that's the foundation that the board created, and then we had 2-day retreat that we worked as a cabinet to actually work on the priorities, share your values, the vision, and the mission to make it our own as well, and to build these priorities. As you can see, we came up with 5 different from the 4 pillars that we had in the past. Now we're on 5 priorities. The one of student success and high quality learning, in which we have our goals there with our KPIs. dedicated and high-performing workforce, safe and secure learning environments, supportive student-centered environments, and maximize resources for student success. And to share a little bit more, we also had an action planning retreat this summer with the cabinet to actually, how do we look into these priorities, the strategic plan, and how do we involve not only the cabinet, but also the staff that works in our divisions to actually own the strategic plan, own the work with their expertise, and how do we reach our goals. We did that, and on top of that, we already worked on one of our aims and one of our goals, sharing the work from last year to this year yesterday in our cabinet meeting around increased challenging and relevant engaging learning experience for all the students and providing interest in college and career. So we're already implementing what we have as a guide of the strategic plan. It's not only there for people to read, but we are actually leading by example on how to use this as a guide in the work that we do. We're progress monitoring. We have monthly strategic meetings now that we look at the work, and we have quarterly progress monitoring work that we're going to do based on the data that comes out. An example with the PM1 data comes out, that's something that we're going to share as cabinet to see if our KPIs, our aims, and everything that we establish in the 5 priorities, we're working and we're striving and we're meeting our goals.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murillo. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll go ahead. Yep, we'll start with Member Vaughn.
Is this the format it's going to be shared with? Because this says draft.
Yes, it is the format. Mm-hmm.
I like that how we put it together. I like how you explained it, but I find this not user friendly, and I'm not sure if we have options of giving feedback to the. Oh, thank you. If we have options of giving feedback about the visual presentation as our. Yes, we do.
Yeah, it's a draft. We'll take the feedback and we'll continue to work to see where we are. But that's a template that, with our educational firm that actually supported us in this work. This is the template that actually they came up with, and that's what we're sharing as a draft.
Well, I find the font to be very small in some of the areas, and a lot of extra space where we could be. Yeah. I think these AIM 1B are confusing acronyms for the different sections, and I'm not sure if those were used in a specific way. Is that like we're aiming for this? Is that why it says AIM?
So thank you for that. We had a discussion between AIM and target, and we brought the 2 definitions with cabinet. Target is more to the point of what we want to reach. Aims is what we're striving on as a definition. So that's why we kept it as AIM for now. Usually that word hasn't been used in our strategic plan over the years. We normally use the word target. So yes, we brought this in discussion with cabinet as well to how we can define it and understand it and make sure that everyone is on board on why the word AIM is there instead of target in this case for this updated version.
Well, I think the font that it's done and then the way that you have the number far away from it is confusing, and it sounds like an acronym I wouldn't understand. So maybe if you have a definition or something that introduces like aims or what we're aiming for, or something that makes it clear that that's what that is. Yeah, goals. There are goals embedded within it, and you do have a little target symbol, which is interesting. Yeah, I love the content. I don't love the layout of this. I feel like if I was sitting down to read this, like my eyes would be very confused by it, and I feel like we could put it in a format that is just a little more user friendly. So I don't know if we approve that, if we can still work on the format or give
we can
feedback
work
on the
around it.
format.
That's why we're here. That's why it says draft on it, right? So we can get feedback around the work that everyone did as a team between the board and cabinet.
Well, I've got lots of feedback then.
This is everyone's work. I'll take the feedback. Any other feedback that you can provide around the work will be.
My question to
Yes, ma'am.
you is, what does the timeline look like? Like, when would you like to have this done so that way it can go to print? Like, I'm just wondering if the board meets, are we having a, like, how sometimes we have a retreat and then we look over it and discuss it, because I think there's a lot of positive things, but I think there's probably everybody has feedback right now, and we don't have that much time. I know I wrote down several things to have feedback, so I just don't know if maybe we give you a written feedback and then we discuss it again, what that looks like. I mean, what that type of.
So
because we don't have that much time left.
No, absolutely. Actually, I have scheduled other meetings with individual board members, I can bring and add this a little bit of case if we have the time, so I can get the individual feedback as well and take and formalize the way it should
Yeah,
be. That is, user-friendly, is fully understood, and everyone is 100% agreed and approved on the version the strategic plan that's going to represent the district. Yes.
Yeah, so maybe what we can do is say, everybody give you feedback by the end
Absolutely.
of July, and then that way you can get that feedback, get consensus, go with the cabinet, redo it, send us another draft for us
And
to
we
give you
do have the
feedback on it.
time, because this is an updated version. Remember, we
Right.
had a previous version all the way to 2028. Right now,
Yes,
that's still
yes,
there.
yes.
This is an updated, new version around it, so we do have the time, and we need to get this right. I truly appreciate the work of everyone around this and commitment to actually value the strategic plan as our guide, because it's going to continue to be shared consistently in a way that we progress monitor the work.
Okay, so I think because I know everybody, I have like 4 different things. Everyone's got specifics. So instead of being specific on what you see, I think it's creating a timeline to say, Mr. Murillo, you're going to send us a date and say, by this time, I want your feedback on this, and then you're going to discuss that with the cabinet, and then you're going to bring us another draft, and then we'll go from feedback from there. Okay?
Absolutely.
So that way we can just really, unless it's something specific, if it's a general comment, I think we leave it, unless it's something, yeah, sure. If you have some questions specifically, yep, go ahead.
So, Mr. Murillo, I don't want to just have a time frame where I'm giving you feedback. I like to have a meeting with you.
Absolutely,
because I
yes.
like to discuss
It's
it.
the board
So,
members' wishes,
I
yes.
appreciate, I
No,
know
that's what
Member
she was saying,
Combs
yeah.
is really trying to make sure that we're collectively engaged and involved, and I appreciate
Yes.
that. But I would have preferred to even have a meeting before we were here.
Okay.
I think you could have avoided a lot of questions. I think there could have been a lot of things. So I would like, I'm not going to leave the July 31st as my deadline. I like to have
No.
a meeting with you, and you can leave that meeting with my suggestions. Because I also look from a point of view, I just got like the TGH's brochure, which is their strategic plan, and I'm like, boy, this looks like really pretty, and they spent a lot of money. I look at this and go, I'm a parent, and I'm going to get this in all this color, and I'm going to go, what did they really say? Because it's got a lot of pretty color, but what is we really doing? And so I feel like we need to do that. So thank you for
Absolutely, and we have
Yeah, I
time
think you're gonna
again.
meet with
We need to
everybody.
get this right and appreciate the commitment.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think that was the idea, that you're going to physically meet with everyone and.
Every individual board member get the
Okay,
feedback,
Member
yes,
Gray?
ma'am.
So, Marcos, Superintendent Van Ayers, where and who will this be distributed to, and how? So when we have the final,
So mainly it's on the website, and it's
on the website.
mainly everywhere. It's more of a discussion as well that goes along with the impact report that we provide out there to everyone's stakeholders.
will there
yes.
be hard copies?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, yeah, we'll get, so eventually, once we get, after Mr. Murillo has his meetings that are set up, gets feedback, this will ultimately come before you as a board agenda item to the board to approve this new strategic plan, which I'm excited about is our new set of core values that we really, even if you look at some of the policies we talked about today, you can see our core values that the board and this district has, exhibited in every one of the policies that we looked at today. So it will be, we'll have hard copies. It's really just the roadmap for everything, as Mr. Murillo mentioned, that we do as a school district, and all the great success we have starts with the strategic plan as the backbone for all of our work. And it's really, it aligns talking points too. When I know you are out all the time, our board members are out all the time. It really guides some of those talking points as you are out, speaking to community members. It's really what people look at as a school district, or what guides us every single day. So it's having our new mission, vision, of course, having our Preparing Students for Life that continues as part of Hillsborough County Public Schools, but most particularly those core values. It really provides us with a backbone for all of the decisions that we make, and decisions that you make as board members every 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I think when we're in front of various boards, I know you sit in front of, you can hand this out, and it's just a really good selling tool for our district. So I'm looking forward to it, and that's all my remarks.
Okay, great. Okay, so now we know we'll have to.
We're gonna have
Thank you, Mr.
one-on-ones
Murillo,
with you, Marcus.
For everything you do. Okay, we're going to the last one, which is the affordable housing.
Oh.
How quickly can you speak, Mr. Farkas? No, I'm kidding. Mr. Porter/Farkas?
Oh, now it's funny when I try to do it.
Oh, yeah,
It gets
exactly.
it, you know what
I
I'm
thought it
saying?
landed. You just couldn't hear my laugh.
I guess so.
All right. Well, first of all, as I start this, I will be very quick because we've had one-on-ones and I had an opportunity to speak with each of you about this. But I think everybody knows this is Pablo's last workshop. or Pablo, as he goes for.
I did not know that.
Going.
Retiring.
I don't believe that.
Pablo got fired, but we're saying he retired. So. Yes.
That's surprising. I didn't know before.
You don't look a day over 66.
I can't believe that. I know where you live. I'm going to bother you.
57.
67.
Oh, 67.
He just looks young. Yep, let's go. Okay, we'll get right to it.
All that partying is part of
Yes.
He'll be at the board meeting.
There we go. Okay. Affordable and workplace housing, we're going to talk a little bit about it. We've had one-on-one conversations with every board member, and it's a great topic to talk about, but I want to make sure that for the transparency to the public, we want to make sure we kind of come and summarize what's going on with Hillsborough County and the public schools. So, affordable housing, employer-based housing, you're going to hear. This important line of this is the last one. This is not about Hillsborough County Public Schools becoming a housing developer. That's not what we do. That is not it. It's much more about how affordable housing affects the district's ability to recruit and retain, and about what's going on with here. So you'll see what options are here for us. What is it? Affordable housing means housing people can reasonably afford based on what they earn. 30% of a household gross. It talks about rent, mortgage payments, taxes, insurance, utilities. If someone works full-time but still cannot afford to live near their job, housing affordability becomes a workforce issue. And we see that. We see that about how many bus drivers we have in the southern part of the county. We see about teachers we have in the core. This is things that will help us as we go forward. So what is it? It is who qualifies based on income and who we are trying to keep in the community. Based on the information that we've had, and most of you know this, it will affect each group that we have on there. Teachers, bus drivers, custodians, all will qualify for what we're looking for in workforce housing. So, why does it matter in Hillsborough County? I'm preaching to the choir. You guys all know why it matters in Hillsborough County. The cost you live here, you realize how expensive it is to live here and what we have, and from a teacher standpoint and a support staff standpoint, sometimes forget of our 24,000 employees, 9,000 of them are not teachers. So we've got to talk about what that looks like as well. The missing middle, employees who fail to qualify. So some of our poorest employees automatically qualify for federal benefits, and some of our more wealthier employees don't need it. The missing middle is who we're looking for. People that work hard, come home, some of them have to have second jobs, things like that. That is the group that we're looking for. Those are the most struggling students or employees that we get in that housing market. So we have a new statute under Florida Statute 1001.43. School boards may use certain district-owned land to do this. It's a new thing. Why can we do this now? It used to be that whenever we did workforce housing, it was affordable housing, which means you had to open it to everyone. That law has changed. Now we can do workforce housing that is aimed at our teachers. Now, again, once we do this, and we have, school staff, anybody that goes there, thank you. School staff, if by chance we can't fill it up, then we will open it up to everyone else, but I don't think that will be a problem for us with 24,000 employees.
When did that statute pass?
This session. July 1.
Yes. So this, I want to make sure we understand, is step one. Affordable housing is the topic that a lot of people talk about, but have a hard time taking that first step forward. So we have talked to a bunch of different vendors that have done this in different places throughout Florida, throughout the country, and looked at certain things. Main one is funding. How we get rents that are cheap enough for us to do it. It's, well, we own the land. That's a big part of it too. But how else can we get funding? There's disaster recovery funds from the county that are out there at part two. There's money they can chase in Tallahassee, things like that. So who is good at doing that? That's one of our biggest things. There's also things called boost zones. Boost zones are areas that are the most opportune areas to have. McLean Middle School is a great opportunity, and why we're focused on McLean is two things. First, there's a lot of land that's to the west of McLean Middle School that we would not have to tear down any school. It's open land right now. There's some portables on it. We can move those portables without affecting anyone. So this is a chance for us to do a pilot, a trial program at McLean Middle School. Fits in a boost zone, which increases our chance for funding from different sources, both federal and state sources, and our local Hillsborough County government. It gives us an opportunity to say, does this work for us? What does that look like for us? So McLean is where we'll go, and we will talk about the focus of what that is. So what does that mean? Am I going to get asked by employers, as a board member, hey, can you help me with rent? That is not at all what we do. We basically will lease the land. What will come before the board before any of this happens is a land lease. The land lease will be traditionally either a 50 or a 99-year lease, depending on what that structure looks like, that you'll approve. When that happens, you all will have the opportunity to talk about specifics of what that looked like. One of the big things is we will make sure that it's in perpetuity, meaning that they can't change their mind once they do this and make it for, sick, rich people and things like that. That's not the way to work. It will always be workforce housing. It'll always be directed towards Hillsborough County employees. So we will go start chasing money based on this conversation that we've had today. We, meaning the vendors that work for us, to try to look for what that is. Disaster recovery funds are currently coming now, are out there on the market. They've started to have some of those meetings that we've attended. But we look forward to coming back to the board with the land lease, coming back to the board with what this looks like for our employees, because with the cost of living right now, it's a very challenging place to be. We look forward to giving them an opportunity. I think it's a recruiting tool as well. Hey, come work in Hillsborough County, and you can be here in this environment. So we're excited about it. I just wanted to give a quick summary. Like I said, we all had a chance. And if any board members want additional one-on-ones, we're open for that conversation. Again, the board will see a board item for a long-term lease, but I just want to say, have this in the public, have the conversation in the public. We've heard from Ms. Vaughn and others about sometimes the transparency and making sure we say, hey, when are we actually hitting the ground running? We've talked about it. This is our start line, for lack of a better word. Yes, we've had tons of conversations and research, but now you will hear our name out there just chasing Hillsborough County Public Schools, not necessarily us chasing this money and these funding sources. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Vaughn.
I'm waiting to be recognized by the chair. When are you anticipating bringing this in front of the board? Like what date?
Good question. It's going to be based on when the money comes available, is the honest answer, that part too. So it's going to be on funding.
I like that. Yeah, push for it, Member Gray.
It's a great question. Yesterday, no. Honestly, you'll bring a board item this fall that'll have that lease. When they actually break ground will be a different story, but we will bring a lease to you in the next coming months, this fall.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Victoria, remember that. So we'll have
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I know there's a lot of questions, and thank you for the one-on-ones with that, because I know there'll be quite a few.
Yep.
Member Rendon?
Thank you, Mr. Farkas, for bringing this. I think this is a huge need. Workforce housing is critical to our community. As the cost of living rises in Hillsborough County tremendously, we are seeing the need to make sure that our educators, which is a priority within our community, to make sure we have young, educated people that are being able to thrive and can return to this community. It's critically important. I also find it critically important in the timing of this. As of July 1, you're talking about state, federal funds that we're going to need to be able to have whoever the vendor is that's going to be able to work closely with us to be able to stack those grants, because the more they can stack, the better it will be for our employees or workforce that are going to be, utilizing that space. And so I thank you for being a leader in this in order to do that. Like I said, the timing is great, so we can continue to make that affordable. I do want to make sure we clarify for the public that we are not going to be a landlord. We are not going to be a leasing agent. We are just going to be leasing the property for those other people to run the community as it is.
100%. We are not in that business. We're in educating kids.
Thank you.
Okay, and Member Perez said, if federal funds, can it still be for teachers only? And please clarify for the public.
It can. It's easier. We have more flexibility based on if we have state funds or we have disaster recovery funds. So yes, but we will chase those dollars first, and we feel confident that we'll have the ability to do that and not have to go after those federal funds. But we're going to go after every funding source, because the more money we get in grants, the less the rent is.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Member Perez. Okay, Member Gray?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great way to wrap up, and very exciting. How many teachers do we guesstimate on the McLean site? And then, of course, you have other proposed sites, which I don't want to get into now because that's a whole different conversation. But how many teachers estimate?
Well, we saw 150 units is what we want to start on that part too. We've seen a couple different sites. We've heard people say that's too many and that's too little. We've got some strong. I think it's important that we start now. We've talked about timelines. We've met with a bunch of people. An important part of it is we want it to look like traditional market housing, and it will. You'll see that they're very nice places. The pool, the clubhouse, all the things that you'd think that you'd see in a traditional setting. It'll look like traditional housing as they go through that part of it too. But we've seen anything from 100 to 400 has been our proposal for McLean. I think it's important that we, depending on the funding that we get, make sure we make it affordable and successful. Our first venture into this. It's very important that we're successful, and then we can go after, because there are a few different areas of places that we have based on need. Southern part of the county and other places where affordable housing and workforce housing is where we're going to focus.
Yeah, we have such an advantage too, because we have these properties that, versus Hope moving in, we can reutilize them. And
That's
this
correct.
is a great way. All right, remarks done.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Farkas, and your entire operations team for the vision of all of this and being so innovative. Thank you so much. And with that, this workshop is closed. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for your participation.